Ah, finally, I'm live. I was trying to go enter the studio, and then it was like, um, uh, the page is unresponsive. Do you want to wait? I'm like, yes, I want to wait. If I leave the page, then it's like it's going to end the broadcast or something, right? Hello to eyeballs. Welcome. So stay. Just had my shower, so my hair's wet. That's all right. Uh, last time I said the British word first. Oh, let's see if it was you, right? Because hi, Grace. Hi, Grace. Yay. Uh, I only have like one bar on my Wi-Fi. Like it shows me the Wi-Fi signal, and it's only showing one bar. So hopefully I mean, it's my house router. I mean, sometimes it's like completely. Oh, there's two. Yeah, 2 bars now. Okay, yeah. It's that was kind of scary. So anyway, I was saying I have my handy dandy notebook in which I have written all kinds of words and phrases. Yeah, that's kind of bright. There you go. Words and phrases. Um, as I was reading a novel, and it had, okay, I read these novels. I have a Kindle, all right? So I read the Kindle Unlimited all the time. I go to sleep reading every night. That's how I go to sleep. And I know it looks like I haven't got much sleep. I didn't put any makeup on. I just took a shower. I got out of the shower, ran down here to turn on the computer, um, to be with you all. Uh, anyway, so I use my Kindle, and so I'm reading tons of like novels all the time, and a lot of them are British or English or Irish or Scottish, and um, and plus living in Cambodia, and plus having visited um, London and Dublin and Belfast and Edinburgh and Wales and I've come across a lot of these phrases. I understand. I can interpret British English pretty well, but it's amazing. Every time I would read, it's amazing how many terms are terms that um, it's an English word, English as in both, right? For example, last time we had pavement. We both use the word pavement, but in America, pavement is generally your asphalt. So your road, um, maybe a playground or something that's asphalt, we'll generally say pavement. Basketball court, something like this. Um, yeah. Whereas, and I don't think I wrote this down because it didn't come up in the thing, but they call it like um, Mac something for the same way we say tarmac. And when we say tarmac, we mean that where the airport and where the airplanes land and take off and taxi. That's the tarmac. And that's the only time we use tarmac. But they're actually using that for asphalt, if something's asphalt. So if they say pavement, they're talking about the sidewalk, which was probably more paving stones or something, or pavers, which we will use that. We will say paving stones or pavers to mean like a patio. Chalet in the house. Woo-hoo. Let me just get over my introduction and I'll put the link in there. You can come up. So anyway, since when I would be reading these novels, I would constantly purposefully translate, make sure I remembered the American word so that I don't lose my American English, right? Um, so as I'm reading and I come across pavement, I say sidewalk. And I reread the sentence saying sidewalk, even though I'm seeing the word pavement, I'm telling my brain sidewalk, right? So one of these after doing this multiple times, I thought, you know what would be kind of fun? So I'm going to keep this little notebook with me as I'm reading. And every time there's one of these words or phrases, I'm going to write it down for one book. It happened to be an Irish book, but it still got all these same words, right? So for anybody who would like to come up on panel, I have just copied the link. I am pasting the link. There you go. To sneeze. Okay. Multi-purpose chroma. We call this scarf a chroma. I'm monotone today. Get the light better. There you go. This is an off-white kind of coffee latte color, and then this is off-white in my pants too. They're actually kind of like pajama bottoms, but nobody here wears them as pajama bottoms. So I'll stand up. Yeah, it's just it's like t-shirt material. I finally, I mean, I had some flannel pants that I really love, and but they'd gotten worn out. So I took one to one of the little market tailors that I've used over the last 16 years now, and first I went and I found some flannel, and then I took the flannel and my old flannel pants to her and asked her to make me some flannel pants, and she did perfectly. Boho, yes, exactly. And this isn't even like super boho, but I love boho. If anybody doesn't know what that is, it's like bohemian, short for bohemian, and they've got the chic boho or something. I don't know, or boho chic, they call it, or something as well. Yes, that's the style I like. I don't always wear it, but yeah. So anyway, being Cambodia where they don't have these pajama pants, you can't buy them anywhere. Nobody wears them, right? So if I'm wearing them, nobody associates it with pajamas. Same thing with the flannel pants, right? You can't buy them here. You don't see anybody wearing them. So you don't know that that's loungewear, right? Hey, chalet, add you to the stream. There you go. Hey.
So I couldn't hear anything you just said about the after boho.
Because you were on the deck. Okay. So it was. Oh, I was just saying that people in Cambodia, they don't know. They don't. I can get away with wearing certain things that would be considered pajamas or loungewear in the West because they don't have it here. So therefore, they don't associate it as loungewear.
Right. Well, it's just fashion nowadays. In fact, I was just looking for some pants like that. They weren't called pajamas.
Yeah.
They were like bohemian or something, boho. So,
yeah. But these are just, sometimes, well, back in the day, we used to call it, like, if you were like looking through a catalog or something, it was loungewear because you lounge around in it, because it's not necessarily pajamas,
right?
But usually loungewear and pajamas are like close to the same thing.
Yeah. So
are we ready for the notebook?
Oh yeah.
Is it just us? I think it's just you and me and Grace, because I think when you come up on panel, then you're not an eyeball anymore. You and me, or you and I, whatever, are not eyeballs. So there's one eyeball, and I'm gonna guess that Grace is still here and didn't leave. I was actually thinking, even from my schedule as well, my Friday morning, your Thursday night might be better because then Andy can be there too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, we
yeah,
could do that.
yeah. Because since on Thursdays I have uh, my CSR job from 1 to 4, the afternoon. The afternoon I work my CSR. So it's far away across town, and so I have to leave at 12 to be there by 1, which means I
Yeah.
probably need to end the stream at 11:30.
Which is cool.
My
That's my bedtime.
perfect, perfect.
But sometimes I could stay up later. On Thursday night, I could stay up later.
Yeah, exactly, and I can stay on later. At least for now. I've actually had um, like some headhunter HR uh, companies approach me with 2 different jobs,
Oh,
but
cool.
they're like full time. One's a creative director at a marketing agency, which is
Yeah.
like the director of all the creative. So I would be managing all of the graphic designers and the
It
you
would be a
know
whole new life.
yeah, I mean it's real high upper management. And I told them, I told the HR, I haven't had a meeting with the company. I know what the HR told me which company, but I'm not going to say which one. And so I haven't had a meeting with them, but she keeps coming back with more questions and things like this. And so I'm sure she's like talking to them. And you know how sometimes when you don't want to do something, then you give an outrageous price for it because
Yeah.
you don't. Then I mean, if you don't do it, then fine. But if you do it, okay, it makes it worth the while. And so it's kind of a situation like that because I tried to convince the HR person that I could have the same productivity part time. For example, if I came in from 9 to 12 every morning, Monday through Friday, and I meet with the team. I see where are we. What did you what did you finish yesterday? Where make sure they're on task. Okay, make sure you get this done today. Tomorrow we're going to do this. Have timelines. Come up with the creative ideas and concepts that then I present to them and say, okay, we're going to be pitching to a client. So I need a presentation that has the graphic designers have to design this for the presentation. Okay, now go do it. Right. I can do all that in the morning and then let them,
Right.
and not micromanaging, right? Macro managing, right?
Right.
And then they save half the money. They don't have to pay me full time, but they're getting full time productivity out of me for half the price,
Right.
right? I'm trying to convince this, and it's just like outside out that I mean they can't get their head around it apparently. So it's like they're like, well, what would you need to work full time? So I threw out this like outrageous number. Kind of, well, it's not here in Cambodia, a CEO, COO, executive director. It's a number that they sometimes even get more than this number. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's really it's not when I say it's outrageous, it's not outrageous for the position necessarily,
Right.
right? But so I threw that back, and then she came back. That was before the weekend, and then on Monday she's asking me more questions. Like, oh, can you explain a little bit more about your education? And I'm like, sure, but can you be a little bit more specific? And they wanted to know more about my college degree, my bachelor's degree, and because it's actually a BIS instead of a BA or a BS. Because instead of a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science, it's a Bachelor of Interdisciplinary Studies. So I explained about that and how it was. Hi, Amelia. Amelia's here. Hi, Amelia. Yeah. So, and then I got another one. Okay, so that was creative director for a marketing agency, and then I get contacted from a different HR company company about a school. And well, I don't remember what they called the job title, but again, it's a very high level director but I mean, it's like a COO, maybe like an operations officer, the chief operations officer, something like that. It's like you're overseeing the accounting, you're overseeing enrollment and gaining enrollment, you're overseeing safety drills, you're overseeing reports, this and that, hopefully. I mean, I'll see, that one sounds like you actually got to be making reports.
That one sounds like work.
That sounds like a lot more work, but so I told them, oh, I'm interested in talking and what you have to actually offer, so that's that. I haven't heard anything from either of them. Meanwhile, I still have my part-time, I've got my little bit of tutoring, I've got my my CSR part-time and everything, so kind of rolling along. And Amelia says hello, chat room, and Maven and Grace and Chalet. So all right,
hello.
Shall we? So it looks like this might be pretty much who's going to be here. We might get a couple more coming later. Where's my words? I have all kinds of. Okay, there we go. We finished that. There's our first page that we did last time. And we just started the second one. We did pavement. We did jumper. We did mid. Oh, should I go over them for the broadcast? Mabel's here.
Yay! Mabel's in the house.
Mabel was here for the last one.
Yeah.
Because I could test you all and see if you remember what we learned last time.
Of course, Mabel. It was supposed to be her night tonight. She's supposed to tell us some stories.
Yeah, maybe. I was gonna do a whole one. Well, I remember us talking about it. But I thought that we could do the other time. So like your next Monday night, is it Monday morning? No, Tuesday morning, right? It's your Tuesday morning because it's my Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought we would because that's longer. Right? Yeah. It has more. Yeah. It has no end, basically, where this one has a time.
That's because it's my morning and you're the one that's staying up all night.
I know.
I'm the one that's like, sure, let's keep going. You're like, no, you keep going. It's like,
oh my goodness.
Like last time, what, 5 hours? 5.5 hours?
It was 6 hours. It was 6 hours.
That's insane.
And I learned I need to drink water. I had a glass of water. I took a couple of sips. But when you get dehydrated and then you get that kind of headache and that sick feeling if you get dehydrated, that's how I woke up. It felt like having a hangover, but I didn't have any alcohol, right?
Yeah.
But when I woke up, it was because you guys have all seen my cleaner that I have. And I think you all know about the dog. I've got the 2 dogs. And the one needs to be on the chain because she's afraid that she'll get bit. She probably wouldn't get bit, but she's afraid. So it's like, okay, it's not going to hurt anybody. Put him on the chain. So I went to bed. So we ended it at 3. Turn off the computer, go upstairs, whatever. It's like 3:30 that I'm laying down in bed and falling asleep. Yeah. Sometime between 3:30 and 4. Right. So then at 8 o'clock in the morning, 4 hours later, she arrives and I need to get up and put the dog on the chain. And then I go back upstairs to lay down and I'm like, kind of just drifting, but not. Oh, but that's when I had this headache. So it was really hard to get back to sleep. Oh, Mabel tried to do StreamYard today. She hopped up in there fine. So I don't know.
Well, I'm in my bed right now for Mabel, so Mabel can get on stream because we're both in bed.
Yeah, yeah. Let me.
I'm in my room, in my bed, kick back.
And Andy's in the house. Andy,
Oh,
what
there
happened to
he
your
is.
volunteer fire department training stuff?
He got done. He got done.
We were actually talking about moving it to one day. So, Andy says, "What's up, Shell?"
Hey. What's up?
And that's actually WASSUP. What's up?
What's up? Yo.
Yeah. So, Andy, would that work better for you if we did it like I'm not going to do it tomorrow because we're already doing it today, but
He's
next
here
week.
now.
Oh, he says it got snowed out. Oh,
Oh.
what better way to spend your snow day than with
No.
us? Yay!
No.
You know, we just have fun. Oh, Mabel says she looks really bad to want to even try, so she's not going to try this time. So, see, perfect. Mabel, I think right before you came on, Shell was asking, like, aren't we supposed to do your stories tonight? Or maybe you did. Maybe that's why you mentioned it because she had just jumped on.
She's here. She was here.
Yeah. So next time we're gonna do. Oh, Andy did snowflake emojis. So my next thumbnail that I'm gonna make and schedule for will be Mabel stories. I don't know what kind of emoji I'll do for that. She says she's got sick and crazy hair. Hey, I just got out of the shower, so my hair is like just wet.
You don't care. I can hardly see. I'm not judging.
It's drying. Thought we said next week. Yes, exactly. See, she caught it. You're on point, Mabel.
I was just anxious.
Next nighttime for you guys. Oh no, nighttime for me, daytime for you.
Yes, daytime for us, where we're fresh and you're like, woohoo!
Yay! I get
we
to
gotta
start.
we gotta have our Snicker bars.
Yeah, yeah, the Snicker Club.
Yeah, I mean, that was
luckily we can get that. Okay, so let's get started with our words. More than cutthroat razor. Okay. This one I'm just gonna have to explain. When we say, because I got to do the American first, we added that together with now when we like now that the snowing started, the volunteer thing was canceled. Now that something happened, something else is happening. Or now that I'm hungry, I'm gonna make a sandwich. You know, we say that. They don't use it. They drop the that the same way they drop some thes.
What about
right?
Since we were snowed out?
Same thing. Yeah. That would be the same. That would be another way we would say it.
Okay.
But instead of since, they just say now without the that. So like when I'm reading, it's like because the sentence would work without the that, but have a different meaning in American English, right? So I'm kind of tuned into that it's like, so whenever I see that now in the middle of a sentence, then it's like I have to read the rest of it to know which way it's supposed to go, to know if there's an invisible that, you know. So
I know.
All right. Okay. Another phrase they say, and we don't have, oh, well, Amelia's here. Amelia maybe, I don't know how far away from the Great Britain and Ireland side of things, how much of this you've kept. But they'll say, only in the door. I'm only in the door, or I was only in the door. They say, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's the next one. You guys, I'm going to make you guys guess. So when they say, I'm only in the door, or I was only in the door, they mean just inside. So
I would have guessed that one.
Yeah. I we would say I took my shoes off just inside, right?
Yeah.
Or and then they would say I took my shoes off only in the door or something, right? So it sounds like super weird to us. Mabel says her alarm just woke her up and she's been sleeping. Well, I feel honored that you actually woke up from your sleep to join us today
I hope you had
because
a good
yeah,
rest.
yeah, sleep is important, Grace says, oh, with the now that. We have a comment about now that. Okay. Grace says, without the that, it would seem like you have to have a semicolon. Yeah, it's just weird. A semicolon really is, you can use it in a list, but when you're using it as sentence in a between two, it's two complete sentences that you want to say are connected. And so without the that, it's not two complete sentences. It's weird. It's just weird. But yeah, it makes you feel weird. So Amelia's only just arrived and only just sat down. Okay, that's all right. We just got started. We talked about now and now that. Now that the snow is falling, we have to cancel school. And they would just say, now the snow is falling, we have to cancel school.
Okay.
I mean, we could say, oh, look outside. Now the snow is falling, period.
Right.
Right. But there's actually a that. Now that the snow is falling,
Right.
something else. Right. There's a cause and effect.
Right? Gotcha.
Yeah. And they do the cause and effect without the that. Drives me nuts. Everyone's
Right,
saying,
right.
oh, Mabel says she wouldn't miss us.
Oh.
Thank you, Mabel.
Thank
And
you.
we miss you when you're not here.
We
for
do.
sure.
You have
Yes.
to be here. You have to be here.
Amelia says we don't use now that, we use as the snow is falling. Okay. Okay, so New Zealand has like tweaked out a little bit.
As the snow is falling, we come.
Yeah, as the snow is falling, we start putting on our boots and getting our sled so we can go outside. Oh, Mabel's thinking of Frank Sinatra. Now the end is near. Blah, 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 blah.
So I face my final curtain, my friends.
La,
I'll
la,
stay
la,
here.
I heard a great story about that song that a really, really young bebop, was it called bebop, I think? Back in the 50s, 60s, right? You had the New York and New Jersey street kids that were like bebop or something, and
I don't know.
there was a one name guy, kind of after crooners, because you had crooners like Bing Crosby, well, and Frank Sinatra. The Rat Pack were crooners, and then like in the 50s, you had the young ones. I'm trying to think, like there's a name like I'm thinking Dion, but and so they were heartthrobs. They were heartthrobs they would have been in Teen Beat and Tiger Beat of the 50s if they had they had those.
Of the 50s. Okay. Oh, like
right?
teen.
Like teen idols, heartthrobs of the 50s. They had like one name, like Frankie Avalon.
Right. Heartthrobs.
Yeah, that Frankie Avalon type thing. So the story about My Way is one of those young guys. I mean, like he was like really young, like teenager young. Frankie Valli would be, yeah, exactly, Mabel. Right track. But I'm pretty sure he had like one name.
Yeah, that's my. I have to call mom.
Either,
I need to call my mom up. She would know.
Yeah.
Those are her people.
Anyway, so he was really young and he met Frank Sinatra, who by Frank Sinatra, he was already going in the peak of his Rat Pack. right? And he wrote the song. I think he wrote My Way for Frank Sinatra, and Frank Sinatra loved it and sang it, and it became a big hit. And you wouldn't have imagined that this young kid wrote that song for him. But yeah. I can't remember which one it was. Thought it was Crooners. Yeah. Yeah. He's saying like Frankie Valli and Frankie Avalon, that they're still crooners. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was kind of like that transition time. There, you've got the crooners, and then the younger kids. I think they were calling it bebop before like rock and roll.
Like the surfer, like Annette
Funicello. I think you're right. I think it is Funicello. But they were West Coast. Annette, yeah. The surfer scene was totally West Coast. This was an East Coast thing. Anyway, yeah, you got me off on a tangent there.
Darling.
Yeah, and that's why we call it rambling. Yeah.
Ramble on.
Okay, this one you guys can guess. Yes, Mabel. Just to finish that thought, like in Philly and the Jersey Shore, exactly those kids.
Snooky and.
Yeah. Okay, so here's your next
situation.
British use of a word. They say they use the word ornaments.
For what? Oh, they use this word instead of, we use it for ornaments, and they use it for.
Well, we use it for ornaments. You can't use the same word in your definition. Go ahead, finish your thought. What do we use ornaments for?
Oh, like your tree, to decorate your Christmas tree.
Decorations on a Christmas tree. Ding, 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 ding. Family Feud, that's the top #1 answer.
No.
Right? And then you might think of lawn ornaments.
Right.
Or hood ornaments on a car. But that's about it. Those 3.
Yeah.
I think, right? So, I don't know. Can you think of something that these all have in common? Probably not. It's so foreign. What? Does anybody want to take a guess on what they use it? So what would we say? What word would Americans use instead of the British for ornaments? For what they use it for? Shiny. You say something is shiny, you call it an ornament. No. Bonnet ornament. Amelia's catching us on one that was not in my novel, so it's not on our list. Is boots and bonnets on the cars. But I think most Americans learn through different movies or TV shows. We kind of pick up on a boot is the trunk and a bonnet is the hood. We say hood and trunk.
So are we trying to get
bonnet and boot?
Are we trying to guess what an ornament is in England? In English?
Yeah, because we've already defined what it is in American English. Grace says an accessory.
Jewelry?
Not really jewelry, but that's good. And I don't know. I mean, you got anyone with the British. Okay, Amelia says decorations. Okay, I would go, because you're from New Zealand. But Amelia, Mabel's got it. But Amelia, I was going to say you have to be more specific, because we already talked about decorations on the Christmas tree, and it's not that. They use it, and Mabel says a figurine.
Oh.
Yes. So what we would say when they're using ornaments in a sentence, the word that we would say is knick-knack. You had knickknacks on the shelf. They would say you have ornaments on the shelf.
I actually do have some Joseph original figurines.
And Mabel's on Mabel was writing when I said it. I give you credit for that. She was
Thank you.
typing. She didn't type fast enough, but it was in her head. Knickknacks. Yes. Ding, 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 ding.
So knickknacks is it?
Knickknack. Ornament. Yeah. Grace says Mabel got it and she's clapping. Yes.
Okay, so they would say, "Oh my, I have too many ornaments about. I need to get rid of them."
Yeah. I have too many ornaments in the living room or
Yeah,
in the snug.
I don't need any more. I don't need any more bloody ornaments.
Yeah. I stepped into the snug for tea and I was bombarded with ornaments. Right?
Exactly.
I mean,
we're getting smart. We're trying.
Amelia says, "Oh, I get it now. I didn't understand the question." Yeah. So now you kind of get our format of like how we're going through because it's just a list. This one we could probably figure out. This one's easier to figure out. Giving evidence. Giving evidence. They say giving evidence. I went down to the police station to give evidence.
They say that or we say that?
They say that. Do we give evidence?
Oh, okay. So
I'm going to give evidence.
Oh, no.
What do we do? What do we go down to I'm a witness and I'm going down to the police station. What am I going to do?
Report. I'm going to go tell them what the heck happened.
Yes, and what do we call that? When we go to the police station to tell them what the heck happened, what do we say?
Why can't I think of the word?
And nobody else is saying. Amelia says they call the den the lounge.
I'm going. Okay, I'm going to pretend that I'm going down to that police department right now, and I'm going to make a report. I don't know. File a report.
File a report. File a complaint. Amelia is invoking her right to remain silent.
That's smart. I should be doing that.
Oh, Grace said backing up the story.
Giving witness, bearing witness. Bearing witness?
Okay, yes. Mabel just said report an eyewitness. Grace said statement. These are all options that we use in American English, as well as testifying. Right? If I'm giving evidence, I'm testifying. I'm making a statement. I'm witnessing, a witness statement. I'm going to go make a statement, make a witness statement. But evidence for us in America, the line I think is that evidence is something you collect. It's a physical thing, right? The blood, the knife, the tire tracks, the hair, the phone calls. These things are evidence. It's what you collect is the evidence. So you don't give evidence.
Right.
Right. You give a statement, make a statement, report, eyewitness, testify. What's the other word when they subpoena you and the other, like you don't have time to be in court, but they put you in a room and they record everything. Ratting
interrogation. Interrogate.
Not interrogate. That's that's asking questions.
Well, they're put you in a room.
They do put you in a room, but
I love watching those.
I read it when I forget. They give you a subpoena to appear in court, but you're in the hospital and you can't make it. So they go to your hospital bed and they with a court recorder and they take your actual testimony at the hospital bed. Yeah, testify. But when you're not when you're in court, you're testifying. But when they have to do it someplace else because you cannot be in court for some reason, there's another word for it. I can't remember what that other word is. It's like they affidavit. Affidavit. For me, I'm thinking
Oh,
affidavit is in
a
writing.
deposition, a deposition.
Deposition. Boom. That's it. Deposition. Thank you. My brain's tired. Oh, wow.
Deposition.
Let me tell you, living in a foreign country, this is
I
a
bet.
part of daily life. Because you kind of dumb down your English to the lowest common denominator. And
Right.
that's why it's so important that Bob and I do our crosswords every Sunday, because you come up with these like random things. And Mabel's saying, "Go, Shell, go!" Woohoo! Yeah.
Give that
Yeah, with the
deposition.
crosswords, not only do you get the random clue and answer, but that sparks a discussion. So like we take like 4 or 5 hours to do one crossword puzzle, because most of our time is spent like talking about this story or that story or whatever, because
Rambling.
it's the rambling. We go off on all these rabbit trails. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Oh, an estate agent. Estate agent.
Landlord.
Boom! Boom! How did you get that?
That's what they are.
Really? In America?
No, but I can figure it out.
Oh.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Oh.
Wow. That one. Yeah, sometimes I surprise myself.
I'm blown away.
You didn't know you were
Chalet is on fire. This girl is on fire.
That's right. Ooh, yeah, you're good. We could have a song here.
Wow. Mabel says crosswords keep your vocabulary. Exactly.
I used to do it. Yeah, I used to do them like every night from the paper or get one printed out.
I got my mom gave me like a really big book of crosswords, and what we did is we took it to the print shop here. You just take them books or whatever, and they'll do it for you. They'll turn all the pages and take all the pictures of every page for you.
Yeah.
What? No. Grace says that you Chalet, that you're a Brit.
I try to be sometimes.
Yeah, but you're not.
I am not, but sometimes I am.
Okay. And Amelia says that the legal system is different because there's common law and crown law. Interesting. I knew that common law is what everybody had a long time ago, which basically is if you don't have to write every single law, every single thing, crime, you don't have to write every single thing and define it as a felony and a misdemeanor and all that. It's common law in general. The simplified version is that if you have harmed someone or their property, right, then you go before the judge and you show the case they did or did not do it. And if they're found guilty of having harmed someone or something, then the judge makes a sentence. Now, the problem is if you have a corrupt judge, they could let people free when they've done something, or they could do a harsh punishment on somebody that was innocent, or maybe they did it, maybe they're guilty of it, but it should be something light, and they'll do a really harsh punishment, right? So it's easy to be abused in that way. And so then when you say, okay, this act of crime gets this punishment, or within this range of punishment, so there's, but then you start, right, rule of law. Let me tell you, in outside of America, then like American agents trying to build up the democracy in a country that they feel is not democratic, they will use the term rule of law. They'll use democracy and rule of law. And America's not even a democracy. We know that it's a republic, right? And So rule of law, rule of law. But what rule of law really means is the opposite of common law. And Mabel's thinking about Johnny Depp as we're talking about all this. Yes.
It was a good trial. I enjoyed that one.
Rule of law is the worst thing. My saying is the more rule of law you have, the less justice you have. Because
right.
we all know that if you've got the money for the big lawyer, they can find the loopholes. Right? Loopholes equals rule of law. It means the letter of the law, exactly the rule of law. That's what it means. Technically, people don't think of it like that. But that's why the more you get away from common law and get to rule of law, then it's all about the letter of the law, which the rich people can manipulate and the poor people can't. So the less justice you have. That's my soapbox for today.
Yes, and it happens here all the time.
They slammed Mabel. They slammed Johnny Depp for a lot of corruption. I'm not sure. You're going to have to expound upon that. Are you talking about somebody? Did you jump to somebody else? Because, well, Johnny Depp lost.
In the other country, they did.
Right. He lost the UK case.
And here, too. We screwed him over.
Yeah. He won the one here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but
okay.
Yeah. But at least she's getting what's coming. She got what's coming.
Oh, I know. Well, both of them are all part of the Hollywood elite system.
Well, that's true.
Like, I'm watching this and I'm going, yeah, they were doing blood, sex, magic rituals, but that's not going to come out in the testimony.
Oh, no.
You know, I mean, it's just like it. I find it very kind of entertaining and thought provoking to think about how deep people can be in, shall we just say, the Hollywood system. Okay. And yet that they'll have every different political, every different religious, every different types of points of view about life and who their fans are or what kind of charities they give to. And they have all of this persona that everybody can have their diversity in all this persona, but down deep is that Hollywood thing we all know about. Yeah, Grace says Hollywood vampires. You know, Mabel says rich people problems.
Now
Andy says Incorporated United States of America or the Republic of America. Well, there you go. That whole Incorporated United States, that's more the truth. Mabel says the son calling him a wife beater. Yeah, so the first case, the UK case. The son, Amelia says the son, Rupert Murdoch, ran a newspaper in New Zealand. Murdoch started, I believe, in Australia. I think I saw a documentary about him. But I had heard his name because he owned a lot of the U.S. Newspapers. He really became an international, global newspaper. I mean, Randolph Hearst could only dream to be like Murdoch because Hearst was big, but only in America. I don't think he owned any European newspapers or anything like that. William Randolph Hearst, he dominated U.S. newspapers, but Murdoch was global. Andy Garcia, sovereign citizen, straw man, real person, not on paper only person. Yeah, definitely. I think we know about that. The sovereign citizens, the Social Security. Have you ever noticed the Social Security card? Your name is in all caps. And they do the same thing when you file for a corporation. You can't have upper and lower case. It's all caps. Amelia's. Yes. Oh, she's talking about Murdoch. Before he went to the U.S., Australia, New Zealand, then USA. Yeah. Yeah, they control.
That's why they want to change us. They want to change our DNA. That's why.
Oh my gosh, they're step by step. They're getting close to that now, aren't they?
They're trying to.
Well, that's what the mRNA
Take
can
away
actually.
God. Mhm.
Yeah, Mabel says LLC. Yeah. Okay, so the estate agent.
But anywho, darling, where
Yes.
are we? Where were we?
Hello. There we go.
Hello, kitty cat.
Yeah, that's
In a
Mama Kitty.
shaky chair.
To finish up estate agent, it can also be like a social worker. So I had the superintendent. You said landlord. I said superintendent. But sometimes the estate agent, because remember the projects and the tenements are the estates.
Right.
So the estate agent can be the social worker that's going to check up on people in the estate, in the tenements,
Oh, yeah.
right?
The slumlord.
The slumlord. Yeah. So Amelia was saying that the New Zealand politics and business is dodgy. That's like global, everywhere. She said the New Zealand prime minister just quit. You mean the female one? That woman, Jacinda or something like that? She just quit? I didn't hear that. Andy saying kitty kitty. Mabel saying
Getting out of Dodge. Just getting out of Dodge, man.
yes. Wow. I didn't hear about that. That wasn't long. That wasn't long at all. Wow. Okay. Oh, so here's a phrase that is said in England and English places. Talking of which.
Talking of which.
Yes. But we wouldn't say talking of which. We would replace the word talking with
Speaking.
Speaking of which. Absolutely.
Speaking of which. But talking of which.
It kind of means the same thing, but we would never say talking of which. We say speaking of which.
Not unless we were trying to pretend we were from Britain, but we were British.
Yeah. We pretend. We'd probably get something off just a little bit where they'd go,
oh, come on. I watched it. I used to watch the Real Housewives of, I think it was Beverly Hills, where, what's her face? Lisa Vanderpump. So she would always be like, oh, come on.
oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Oh, no, now I'm turning it into Jersey. I'm getting mixed up there. No, come on. No.
Come
Oh,
on.
Oh, come on.
Forget about it.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Oh, come on. It sounds much better the other way.
By the way, yes. Okay. So
okay, bye.
Teenage strops. Teenage strops. Oh, she's just having her teenage strops or something like that. Teenage strops.
Well, trying to think, do we even say anything like that anymore? We just say they're wild. They're wild.
Yeah.
Just
what if they're throwing a fit?
Going through a phase.
No. Well, phase. Yeah, going through a phase, definitely. But no, like they're stamping their foot and going to their room and slamming the door.
They're teenage wiles. Is that the word?
Hormones.
That's
Andy's
pretty old-fashioned.
Yeah. Oh, Andy's saying for talking of which, that we also say by the way and on that note. Yes, those are other options we say. Amelia says that they would say being stroppy. Being stroppy. Stamping the foot, running to your room, slamming the door.
She was being stroppy and she went straight to the garage.
Yeah. Grace was saying shenanigans. Yeah.
No.
It's more. Did someone say throwing a fit? Did you say? Because I don't see it in the notes. So.
Temper tantrum.
Tantrums. Oh, we got two people saying. We got Grace and Mabel saying temper tantrums, and also moods. In the context of teenage strops, we might say teenage moods or teenage temper tantrums.
I know something else we might have said back in the day, but I won't say it now.
Okay. But when we're specifically talking about teenagers,
Right.
she's in her mood.
Not
Yeah.
just a woman, not just a girl teenager. Teenager.
Ah, Amelia brings back some memories. Remember conniption? Now
Oh, yeah. She's having a conniption fit.
Exactly. We add the word fit. We don't say
Yes.
conniption alone.
Conniption fit.
Conniption fit. Where Mabel has a good one. Angst. Yes, teenage angst.
Yeah, that's it.
Right? But they say strops. Now the only word I know for strop is what you sharpen your straight edge or your cutthroat razor, as we learned last time.
Yeah.
Mabel says conniption fit.
And I would say he's a strapping young lad.
Oh, that is it, because we kind of say
strapping.
Strap, but I think it's supposed to be strop.
Yeah. I don't know. It could be.
The Mormons say stripling.
Stripling.
Stripling. The stripling lad. Yeah. Whoa, Andy's taking it to the male teenagers and saying testosterone attack, roid rage.
There you go.
Definitely
the testosterone.
The white one. Oh, here on that side there. That white one. That's silky. But silky is actually, I spell it Sylkie, which can also be spelled Selkie, Selkie, which is a mythological, an Irish mythology, the seal that it's like a mermaid, but with a seal can become a woman. Usually to help you. Like if you're drowning, the Silkie can turn into a human and like save you, pull you out of the water, and then go back to being a seal.
Well, that's good to know.
Or something. Rich and that's. Oh no, wait! I went because that was snug. Okay. Caravan. We have the word caravan, but we use it differently.
Yeah.
What's our caravan?
Like a line of cars.
A line of cars.
Yeah.
As a caravan. Yes. Now, can anybody guess what the British caravan is? And yes, I'm saying British. We explained last time why we understand that there's England and people who want to be English and they don't like the British rule, but we're talking about language, which is all the countries. We're not only talking about England, we are talking about all the countries, so I'm using British.
Right, because we don't say we're speaking American.
Okay. Mabel says she thinks of gypsies. You're on the right track. Grace says brigade. Brigade is kind of closer to what the American usage is, where we've line. This isn't about a line. The Brits don't use it about a line of cars.
A group?
But no. So let's go with Mabel's the closest. She's got, I think of gypsies. Now, gypsies usually do travel in what we would call a caravan, right? When a group of gypsies, a line of gypsies, right? But Andy's got it, a travel trailer.
Travel trailer.
So think about how that connects. They got our little dendrites connecting in our brain that the gypsy, we will say a caravan of gypsies, meaning a line of the traveling in a caravan, meaning the line of them, not meaning the actual travel trailer that they're living in. That's the caravan, not the line of them, right? American, it's the line of them. British, it's the single unit trailer the gypsy truck. And by the way, since we're using the word gypsy, I want to say I understand not everybody in that lifestyle wants to be called a gypsy. In Ireland, a lot of them prefer travelers. They're the travelers.
Well, when I say gypsy, okay. I only say it with respect.
Even those ones that kind of have the pop-up top and you can go camping in the Volkswagen one. No, Mabel, not a group of travelers. It's the RV, the camper truck. Those are the vehicle that you can sleep in, that you can live and sleep in, that kind of vehicle, whatever you want to call that vehicle. RV, camper truck. There, Amelia has a great definition. A caravan is a room on a trailer. A camper has an engine. Wow, getting us a little bit more specific. So, yeah. And now it's called van life. Yes, Grace, it's called van life. Camper van, recreational vehicle. So all of these things, when I'm reading a novel and it says caravan, then the basic thing about that I have to have in my head is that it's not a line, it's the vehicle or whatever, right? Andy is saying towed, right? Amelia said the caravan has a hitch. So those, what were they called? The streamliners? Those great ones that were like silver, like a bullet.
Stainless steel.
The trailers.
Yeah,
the trailers. Yeah, the camping trailers.
Streamliner.
A camel caravan. Yes, Amelia, a camel caravan. That's why we think of a row of cars.
Right.
I was
a line of any vehicles, or just a line of
vehicles, like the camels. Airstream.
A caravan.
Yes, and that silver bullet-looking one is the Airstream. Totally retro, classic, vintage. Right? Okay, so thank you, Amelia, for the differentiation between the caravan trailer as opposed to the camper having something that's built in and has an engine. But yeah, the point being, when I'm reading a novel, I have to know it's the actual vehicle and it's not vehicles, right? Let's see what smart. Okay, nothing. No. I was looking at my phone notifications. All right. Solicitor. Yeah, Andy mentioned we also say fifth wheel sometimes for those towed.
A solicitor is a
solicitor.
Traveling city.
No solicitors allowed, right? Nope. Isn't that a sign that people put on their house? No solicitors allowed. Very good. But Mabel has it for what they're talking about. We're saying lawyer. Now, they have two specifically different words for lawyers. Two different. Amelia just put it up. But barristers and solicitors. So the barristers, remember, you have to pass the bar, and the bar is in the courtroom. Yeah. Right, so you have the galley where everybody's sitting, and then you've got the bar, and then you've got the tables where the lawyers and the defendants are sitting, and then the judge, and then the jury off to the side, right? You have to pass the bar. The barristers are the ones that go past the bar in the courtroom. They're the lawyers for the courtroom. The solicitor is the one that handles all the stuff you don't have to go into court for. Your wills, your business law, things like this. That's a solicitor.
Isn't a barrister a staircase?
Banister. Oh, but maybe
barrister. Yeah, you're right. That was
Banister.
Throw him
Yeah.
down the fence. Yeah, I got
Andy
confused
says
there.
fifth wheel vetoed from hitch mounted
It's
with the
late.
bed of the truck, sometimes called an overhead hitch. Oh yeah, if you've got the ball and the hitch goes over it, I'm guessing it's the overhead hitch as opposed to a hitch that's maybe like this, you know. And Amelia said so. Amelia and Andy are going back and forth on trailers and hitches and everything. I'm gonna let you guys want to. I'm not gonna read that stuff anymore. We're gonna keep going. But if you want to keep talking about that in the chat, please go ahead. That's all right. Yeah. So that's the. But as we were talking about, no solicitors allowed. For us, a solicitor is somebody who is trying to sell you something, a door-to-door salesman.
Right.
Yeah. Passing out ceremony.
Passing out ceremony. That sounds like a drunk. That sounds like a drunken Saturday night.
Exactly, drunk on Saturday. That's what we think of, right? Passing out ceremony. It's actually a thing. Amelia, is it a thing with you, the passing out ceremony?
And have you done it lately? Have you had a passing out ceremony lately? I need a clue.
Drunk. Okay, yeah.
A clue.
No, so
I'd like to buy a clue.
In New Zealand, they do not say passing out ceremony because she would have known.
Okay.
She also says getting drunk, right? Oh, Grace says passing the bong. We have all these. Isn't this great? I love all the creativity here. Get this, and you'll make the connection as soon as I say what it is. When they say passing out ceremony, they mean graduation. Because they're passing out the diplomas. Which I think that's later in here. They say certificate or something instead of diploma. They don't even say diploma. Andy says.
Have you attended the passing out ceremony?
So Andy says he's pretty sure that American lawyer pass bar exam and swear oath to the British Crown. I don't know. Just heard it somewhere. I don't know. I don't know either. I know that, there's the whole yellow fringe around a flag means the Admiralty law and all that. I think most of us here have come across the whole sovereign citizen.
We were all into that for a while there, weren't we?
Yeah.
Watching
I think Q was like pointing people into. It's been around for a while. It's been around a lot longer than Q, but
well, actually, Q's been around a lot longer than what people think.
Really?
Long time. I'm talking like JFK, not Junior. Like
wow,
way back then.
Well, it's possible. It depends on who Q is, right?
Right.
What
I'm
if Q is Sophia?
Q thing, not the whole Q thing, but not the like this code thing. Like look up this code, and it's like the decoder ring.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm not good at that number stuff. But I know there are things to do with numbers, but I'm just not that person. We all have our gifts, and that's not in my wheelhouse. My color
there's like numerology, astrology, and stuff, but then you get in the gematria, they call it. That's like beyond numerology. And you know what gets me about that? Like they've got like a website or whatever that you can put in one name and it'll automatically convert the gematria for you, and it'll give you 15 20 different options that of what it could mean. That are completely like unrelated to each other. So it's like, just pick the one. So it's like my mind is going in this direction, so I'm gonna pick the gematria that suits me. And no, I'm sorry. I mean, okay. Yeah, Andy's agreeing. Yeah, the Admiralty and all that. Okay. So the passing out ceremony is graduation. Oh, polytunnel. A polytunnel.
And I don't even know what that would be.
I'm going to build a tunnel Tom numbers. I'm not sure Tom numbers. Grace says, oh, Amelia hasn't heard of gematria. I think they spell it gematria.
I mean, yeah, well, tell us what it is. Give us the definition. I'm with her. I mean, I've heard of it.
Well, it's okay. So like the first time I heard it, I had to look it up or whatever. And basically it's numerology, which in numerology is every letter gets a number, like A is 1 and B is 2. Yeah. Right? So then you take your name or the name of an event or a place or whatever, and you assign the numbers to it, and then you add up the numbers or whatever, like basic numerology. And then like let's say you have 15. Well, 15 you break down again to 1 plus 5 is 6. So the number for whatever equaled 15 would be 6. But gematria takes numerology a little it tweaks the numerology, and I don't understand how it does it, but I just seen the because I don't study it, because I saw the thing that converts it for you automatically, and it's like, oh, just pick one.
Yeah, no.
You know, Donald J. Trump or whatever.
Yeah.
Liberty, freedom, bananas, pavement. So, liberty's one of them. It means liberty.
Right. Okay, I got
Why
you.
doesn't it mean bananas?
Exactly.
You're just picking the one that, like, what? Anyway.
Yeah, I feel you.
Tom Numbers is a psych club on YouTube, all about gematria. Okay, there you go. So now we got what Grace was talking about, Tom Numbers. Okay, so yes, so if you're interested in that, please go ahead. Maybe there's something it's like the spirit box. Go ahead. I don't want to listen to all that.
No, I found out what my number was. I think I'm a number, like in numerology. Your number. I think I'm a 9.
Yeah. So your basic numerology. There's also it's also tied to feng shui. They do a lot of the numerology with that, which is also tied to the astrological things, whether you're talking about Chinese New Year, I'm Year of the Horse, or the Sun astrology, where I'm Gemini.
Right.
Yeah, I think sometimes, some people say it's all woo-woo and there's nothing to it. I think there always can be something to it.
Yeah, I think there's something
gematria is not for me.
Right, but not, yeah.
Whoa, Amelia says she's heard of sacred geometry. Now that's Kabbalah, which is the Hebrew, the ancient Hebrew is Kabbalah. And you've got branches of Kabbalah, like Madonna went to the Kabbalah place in Los Angeles, where a lot of the Hollywood people, and then it's like
run away from them.
Yeah, if people who use even Christians, that the prosperity stuff, that like, if you pray like this and you say this word and that word, you can manipulate God to give you whatever you want, right? No. That's
right.
Anybody who does that with any system is manipulating system.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Andy says that the Gematria channel guy predicts Super Bowl winners consistently. Okay. So maybe if you understand more about it, there's a way that it works or whatever.
Yeah. There's something.
And everybody's agreeing about the spirit box. Oversensory, can't do it. Annoying as F. Andy says in it, not a good side Kabbalah. Exactly. You can manipulate, you can, when you get, I think, and most of the time we're going to leave Pam to our spiritual leader side of things, or guide. She doesn't lead any of us. I think we all have our own spiritual experience, and anytime you're depending on someone else to give you your spiritual connection, that's when you're going to get led astray, because
Right.
it's only the people that are manipulating that have understood and made a spiritual connection, but then they've gone dark with it, that will start manipulating other people.
Right. They know how to talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk.
Yeah,
They
because
know how to play the game, but they
if you're having a pure connection, spiritual connection to the divine, whatever we want to call the universe, God, Yahweh. There's some people that object to Yahweh and think Yahweh is evil. I mean, so
No, I
we
don't think
can't
so.
deny that there is that creator that created all of us. What
Yeah.
are we call whatever? I by any other name is still a rose. It still exists, and it's when it's pure. When you have that connection, you're not manipulating anybody else with it. But
Right.
we can all have that connection ourselves. So I'll tell you the one thing, because I've the books of the Kabbalah I think are called the Zohar, and they're like an encyclopedia. And a friend of mine in LA had a copy of the Zohar, and so I was like, it was like, oh, great! I can study for myself. I don't have to like go listen to someone else talk about Kabbalah. I can like read for myself what it says,
Right.
then choose for myself if it resonates for me, right?
Right.
And let me tell you, a lot of what Jesus said is friggin' Kabbalah directly. Yeah. I am the way, the truth, and the life, or I'm the way, the life, and the truth. Now, I'm the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah.
The way, Kabbalah calls itself the way. So when he said, I am
they manipulated it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So Jesus saying, I am the way. It's like when you start understanding Kabbalah, you start understanding why the Sadducees and the Pharisees were having such a fit, because they were the ones controlling the power. They were the only ones that could have a connection with God or the divine, even if it was on the dark side, because God wasn't like, they had gone astray. Even if they've gone astray, they still know how to enter the spirit world, right?
Yeah.
And so then they hear Jesus talking to the people, saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And they go, he's telling them our secret. Now they don't, and for him who has eyes to see and ears to hear, right? They didn't know the level that he was teaching them. But he was, it's like crazy. Amelia says she doesn't know about Kabbalah. Yes, and be very careful. Be very careful with any of the mystic, esoteric, things. Whenever you're going into spirit, you're in a different realm that our body, our physical body, our brain, is limited. And so we can be manipulated very easily. So you have to be super careful who you listen to, and like the source of like whatever source. I don't study Kabbalah all the time, but the tree of life, they took the fruit of the tree of good and evil, and God had to kick them out to protect the tree of life. What's the tree of life? The tree of life is Kabbalah. It's the same as our chakras. The chakras levels are the same as the tree of life of Kabbalah. We'd have to do a whole show on Kabbalah. Andy says he heard something that the devil was misunderstood as a good guy and smeared as a bad guy. Well, I'll tell you, that's just to put it out there, about the devil being misunderstood. Now, the devil, in this case, when people are talking, no, he's good. He got misunderstood as the bad guy. They will usually refer to him as Lucifer. And in the Mormon church, and when I was junior high, I had my best friend at the time was a Mormon family, right? She was the oldest in a Mormon family of like 7 or 8 kids, and I was an only child, and so I was just like, I hung out at their house all the time. The mother stayed at home, did all the crafty things. I remember making rock candy. You put all that sugar in the water, and then you take a stick and you stir it around, and it starts to crystallize. The sugar crystallizes on the stick or something. You make rock candy or whatever. I mean, we did. She cooked from scratch. My mom was a working single mom. We did hamburger helper, tuna helper, TV dinners, which by today's standard is actually friggin' health food compared to what they make now for us, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, at least you were browning your own hamburger. You knew how to boil water. People today, all they know how to do is throw something in the microwave or call DoorDash, right? Buddhism uses the way also. Yes. Okay, so back to the Lucifer thing. So they were Mormon, and they had great square dance. I learned square dancing. They had square dances. They had all kinds of activities for the youth. And of course, then at their church, they would have teaching, like Sunday school, right? And one of the things of the Mormon teaching is that Lucifer and Jesus were brothers. This isn't a show on Mormonism, so I'm not going to go into the,
I know a lot about. Yeah, I know a lot about them too.
Yeah, so I mean, I know a lot more, and I lived in Utah, and so of course this was living in California when I had my Mormon friends. But Lucifer and Jesus are brothers, right? And so then when you start getting into the holy temples for your marriage ceremonies and things like this, there's a lot of Lucifer, because he was like the misunderstood one. But remember, Lucifer is light. We think of the devil as this evil goat horns, Baphomet kind of thing, right? Where really Lucifer is light. There's actually of like not the photon, but in science there's a Luciferiate or Luciferion, something that with Lucifer that's this light thing that can go in your cells, or whatever. Yeah, so that's true. A lot of people think that Lucifer. So you have to be really careful. You have to be so careful.
Hey, I'm not messing with
what
anything.
about using? Yeah.
I'm sticking
so
with
Andy's
my
asking, what
about my Bible?
You're gullible? Yeah.
I'm sticking with my Jesus. You can't take him out of my heart. There's just no way. I'm not gonna study Buddha. I got nothing. Yeah. Buddha is just probably whatever. But I know what you're saying. And the Mormons I know they got some real funky beliefs, but yeah, they're real nice people. Like the Osmonds are cool. We love the Osmonds.
Yes.
But I don't believe what they
very
believe
much
at all.
About home and family.
They believe that you become God.
Right.
Yeah. They got some weird, also about Black people as well.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, marketing, all that. Yes. So, but got a new revelation about that. So don't worry.
I've got Jehovah's Witnesses in the family.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
moving on from that, Andy's asking, what about using sage or gemstone, white magic? Heard it is magic and not good. Of course. So a very strict, like Southern Baptist, Bible Belt type Christianity is all the babies are going out with the bathwater. All right. Because if you define magic as either white magic or black magic, but it's all magic, right? But you want to know what the the word for witchcraft in Greek. Okay, so we got King James translated our New Testament from the Greek and stuff, right? So when it talks about witchcraft and that you're not supposed to practice witchcraft, then it's the word pharmacia or pharmakia or pharmacia. What is that?
Drugs.
Pharmacies, drugs. You know, so it's saying we're not supposed to have modern medicine. We're not supposed to take antibiotics. We're not supposed to take vaccines. When it says do not practice witchcraft.
I know. And there's people that take it quite literally. Like, I'm not even taking an aspirin. I'm not having penicillin. And it's like, but
yes,
that's whatever.
Well, Scientology, doesn't Scientology go into that? As well as what's the Seventh-day Adventists, I think, are very much against. I'm
too much legalism for me. Too much legalism. Yeah. No.
I try to be as natural as possible. And so see, for me, that's when I'm looking at sage and gemstones and things like this, I'm looking at natural,
right?
What has been around that just
exactly
brings. I mean, I think that there's a lot of herbs that we're learning about frequencies, right? Everything has a frequency. Our disease has a frequency, and if a particular gemstone has the frequency that's needed to bring that disease, you know, to reset the frequency so that disease goes away, you know, it's like a pair, it's a mat somehow. I don't understand exactly how it works, you know, but there's, and the sage, when you burning the sage, there's something that spiritually can happen when we sing praise. We can open the doors of heaven, you know, through because of the vibration. Doesn't matter what language we're singing in, right?
Yeah,
it's the frequency.
If we could only understand it all and get everybody.
Grace says we have natural intuition. Amelia says white sage, some satanic stuff embedded in them. Okay. Amelia's making coffee. I went over to my friend Cecile's house and had coffee. Amelia says, yes, you can pick gemstones out of the ground and rivers here. Quartz, yes, quartz. I mean, quartz is what's in radios. It's what makes the friggin' frequency with radios, right? So we have to admit that there's a scientific thing happening that we don't understand the connection with the spiritual.
Right, but God made all those rocks and those minerals. So God made the science. I don't get why people don't put those two together.
Exactly. God made it all.
It had to be one or the other.
Quartz crystals are used in computers, Grace says. So Andy says the use of alcohol is called spirits because spirits intervention, interaction. Absolutely. It can, because what does it do? It lowers inhibitions are what blocks the spiritual. You know who invented whiskey? Monks. Come on, let's let our own dendrites come together. Zap each, you know. Monks invented whiskey. Beer's been around since Egypt. But monks
whiskey makes you mean. Whiskey makes some people mean.
Yeah, so I think it can. But here's the thing about the spiritual world: is it's low, so it's lowering your inhibitions, right? We know that. So it makes us more susceptible to peer pressure or things like this as well. But if it is opening up a little bit of the spiritual world to us, that any time anything opens up the spiritual world, we have to be careful because we don't know. This is what I was going to say earlier. Within our brains and our bodies, we don't know exactly how the spiritual world works. So then we become vulnerable to the evil side of things, right?
We must test.
So
We
this is
must
why we
test
have to be conscious. We test the fruit, and exactly, so we, and if you're, let's say, teleportation, kind of like where uh, lose language sometimes, but when you leave your body and then you're kind of in the spirit world, right?
out of
And you
body
can travel around, out of body experiences, right? You can, there's people that have learned how to control, how they can put themselves in a state and leave. I've had it kind of the story that I told with Michael Collins, when I was in university, and we were talking to each other, but because our spirits were kind of like on a different plane. We were having a conversation in a spiritual plane. And the only reason we knew that it happened is because someone witnessed our bodies actually speaking. Maybe this is where sleepwalking comes in. Jesus turned the water into wine. Exactly. These miracles, that's what is that? That's alchemy. You're changing one form into another form. That's alchemy. So you're going to say all alchemy is evil when Jesus did alchemy? We don't know how he did it. And let me tell you, it wasn't grape juice. This is one of the things I had when I was a teenager and I was digging into the Bible, and I was attending a Southern Baptist church, and I'd go to him. This is one of the things I brought up. I said, wait a minute. Now, if you read the whole story, and I had a Greek interlinear Bible, which had the Greek words and then the direct translation of that word under it, right? So it's not like a translation in that when you're saying, I walk the dog, maybe you have to say, I take the dog for a walk, or so when you're translating into a different language, you got to add, maybe add a couple words or in order to make it the way that the other language would say it. But this was an actual transliteration, so you could see the actual word. And I did that, and I did all kinds of things. I said, okay, according to this story, if you read the story, even if you read the English version of the story, the guests came up and said, whoa, what a great party. You're such a great host. You saved the best wine for last.
Yeah.
Would that comment have been made if it was grape juice?
No.
That comment would not have been made, because what a lot of people did is they would, and still do, they give you the good wine first to get you a little drunk so you don't notice the wine that's not so good, right? Because you're already kind of drunk and you're just drinking the wine and you don't know it's not as good as the first time. And so so for somebody to say, oh, you saved the best wine for last, what a great host you are. It was wine. It was fermented grape juice. It was wine. It wasn't grape juice.
Right. And there's also many other.
Oh, he didn't turn it into wine. He turned it into grape juice, because we're not supposed to drink wine.
And we're also supposed to just wear dresses and stuff like that.
Yeah, forget about it. Right. Well, why? See, okay, this was another one of my
legalism. That's legalism.
One of the other things that I had.
That's why Jesus came about. Jesus came to get rid of all those crap.
I know. He hung out with the prostitutes and the harlots in the bar.
Right.
That's where Jesus was. So tell me that, but he was just there having soda water. It's possible. But he didn't sin. So anyway, one of the other the things that the questions that I raised, what was it? We just put the water in the wine. Oh, the clothes, the wearing dresses. Okay. So in Jesus' time, they wore the tunics, right?
Yeah.
So why are we saying we can follow fashion trends all the way up to poodle skirts? Yeah. And then we got to draw the line. Why don't we just go right back to tunics?
Yeah.
Why did the Amish stop where they stopped?
Yeah, why?
Because we're not going to go any further. We're stopping here. Why aren't they wearing tunics?
Yeah.
right?
That's a good one.
Because hey, the men are wearing pants, right? The men are wearing pants. Well, they weren't wearing pants in Jesus' day.
That's right.
So it's like, okay, I'm all for the Amish having the clothes that they have. I don't have a problem with that. You know, I don't have a problem with someone talking about poodle skirts or whatever. But don't tell me it's because God is requiring it.
Exactly.
Because I don't buy that.
That's right. That's man's
If I
law.
recall, because this is going into like Leviticus or Numbers or something like that, I believe, that it said that men and women should be distinct from one another. That was the point.
Right.
They shouldn't be androgynous, right? Which now getting to
Now it's getting
that
all
point.
weird.
You know why? Because you want to know why I believe my thoughts on why they're pushing this non-gender. Should we say not even binary, non-binary, the blah blah blah, whatever, right? The LGBTQ, blah 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 blah, right? And that there's no gender. You know why? Because they're preparing for AI, because AI doesn't have gender.
Yeah, they want to get the human out of God. They want to take God out of it.
Yeah, that's what I think they're preparing us for. So to kind of wrap up all that thought, and then I'm going to get to the comments and see what everybody, because everybody's talking. So we got to get them part of this conversation. That there's every creation, just humans. I think animals, plants, rocks. Okay, that's every creation can have that spiritual connection. Remember, God said that even the rocks can cry out and praise Him. If there's nobody left, if climate change and the planet falls apart and all the people and animals and stuff die, like they're threatening that's what's going to happen, even the rocks will cry out to Him. Right?
That's right.
So everything that exists can have a spiritual connection to God in some way that we don't understand how it happens. But when we have that connection, we don't understand all of the spiritual realm, so we are vulnerable to evil as well as to good. So that's why there's ways we protect ourselves and keep our mind pure, keep our heart pure. We just have to be mindful. We have to be mindful and maybe educate ourselves and talk to this person, talk to that person, watch this YouTube, watch that YouTube, until we get, see the fruits. What are the fruits of this YouTube channel? And I don't mean likes and shares.
Also use the discernment that God gives you, and you can kind of feel it in your soul, in your gut.
Exactly. He left us the Holy Spirit. And we have to pay attention to it, because it's so easy to get distracted and ignore. All right.
Okay, comment.
In computers, Unstable Mabel said, like a quartz watch, the energy, absolutely. Amelia was saying, good point, Andy, about the alcohol and spirits, I believe. Jesus turned the water into wine. I saw that. Amelia says, I love whiskey. I've got whiskey here.
Do you have some Jameson whiskey?
It's called Bladnoch. It's from it's one of the only distilleries in South Scotland, not the Highlands, but in the south.
Fancy.
Yeah. I got 4. I think there's 3 or 4 bottles. They closed. Okay. A unicorn to Amelia, a unicorn. Andy sending Amelia a unicorn emoji. Grace, we are open to the ethereal. Yes, that's another word. Ethereal, esoteric, the ethereal realm. Some people are closed off to it, but we all have that ability to be open, and some people want to prevent us. They want us to stay chattel, you know, chattel, not cattle. Chattel is like cattle. Cattle could be chattel. I don't know. Okay,
But why
turn
digress?
iron. Yeah. Andy mentions turn iron or stone to hold gold, King Midas. Yes, that's alchemy. That we normally will think of alchemy with regard to taking a material and turning it into gold. That's like definition number one. But I believe that definition number two is that it's also transmuting one form into another form that's not its original form. So not like turning water into ice. No, because that's still H2O, right?
Right.
But actually, like if you were turning the water into wine, would be. That's why I mentioned alchemy, because it's a different form. All right. Amelia says, whiskey in front of the fire in winter, doing crochet, lovely. And sending an emoji to Andy. Let me just make sure there's no notifications. No, okay. Amelia says, people drank watered down wine. It wasn't straight wine. And rich people drank straight wine and behaved like savages. There you go. Too many religious rules, says Grace.
Moderation
Amish clothing is held together by straight pins. Wow. Unstable Mabel says that.
Really? That'll keep you standing up straight.
Yeah. I wonder if all the clothing, like trousers, no. I think they're not using any mechanical sewing machines. So I think they can sew by hand, but I think maybe there's particular art, like the apron. Remember, they sometimes in the old movie you'll see that the apron doesn't have straps on it. It's just the bib part, and then it's got straight pins holding the apron on. I think maybe, I hope it's things like that some parts of the clothing are held together with pins. But I'm pretty sure that they make quilts.
I used to ride on the bus with the Amish people. I mean, Amish people would be on the bus, and it'd be like, the bus was okay. They could ride the bus. But I used to feel so bad because it would be so hot in the summer, and they would have all these clothes on. All these clothes on. Must be so hot.
Amelia said that she had to go out and come back in to refresh it to fix her buffering. That's good. Grace said, we will know in our hearts. Yes, if our hearts have the Holy Spirit. I mean, I think there's a certain amount of good and wrong, right and wrong, and a conscience that we're born with, even before we reach a point of accepting the Holy Spirit. And also, I'll never forget the story of a missionary. This is a really good story.
Well, we're pretty much just all bad. We're selfish, basically.
So missionaries came to the church. Southern Baptists are really good about that. That the missionaries are out in the field, then they'll come back for a few months or whatever, and they'll travel around to different churches and tell their stories so that people donate money and sign up to support the mission, right? They've got a system for that. It's really good. Well, these missionaries, once they were reaching out to some tribe somewhere that didn't even speak English, right? So they're teaching them English, they're teaching them about God, and they tell them about Jesus. And the tribe by then had learned enough English to say, oh, thank you so much for telling us his name, because we already know him.
Wow.
Without any mission. Of course, the church doesn't want you to the church wants you to believe that you have to send missionaries to tell every soul about how to get saved, but God is so much bigger than that.
Because of the Bible verse where it says everyone must hear the word.
Yeah, and I get that, but
right,
I think there's enough evidence that people can have a true spiritual connection with the divine fine,
Right,
even
because they
in
were already
other religions.
God, because God knew them before they were even born.
Exactly. All of us, not just Americans, but
Right, I
everybody.
know everyone. I
He
know.
knew
All of us.
every hair on our head, whether we're from Africa or Asia or Europe or America or South America or Antarctica. He knows
Exactly.
every detail, and so we can, God is going to make an opportunity for everyone.
Right.
It's because the whole missionary thing goes back to like manifest destiny. I believe that we're right, and we have to go where everybody else knows the truth, because we're the only truth. And yes, there is only one truth, but that doesn't mean that you're the only one that has it.
Right.
You
And
know,
that's a good thing. And that's a darn good thing.
Yeah, I've always thought of it as the truth being a mountain, a three-dimensional mountain, right? And like connecting with God. Everybody around the mountain can do it. Oh, just a minute. I'll finish that just a second. This is where I'm supposed to be at 1. Maybe they're canceling.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning. Okay. Is everything all right?
No, it's only me. I am the star of the show now. Now we will talk about whatever I want to talk about. And I want to talk about, I don't know. And I can't see any chat, so. La 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 la. La la. Cute kitty cat. My cats are around here somewhere.
Okay. 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 Is there like a form that, I mean, not form, but a media
On the party line.
have like an open chat or something, like Google or to just telegram each other or something like that, or what?
Everybody go get a shot of whiskey.
Yeah, just you can whatever you need to talk about, just talk about it in the Telegram group.
Okay.
If you have any questions or
I'm
if you
still
need
drinking this
information, just let me know.
Diet Coke and a splash of vodka,
Like I
but
said,
I've been drinking it for an hour or two.
you guys actually talked a lot about some good ideas, done some good groundwork, and
Right.
kind of basically
Very moderate. Moderation is the key.
start with some things
Stay.
the physical specific things that need to
Otherwise,
happen.
you get sick.
The two formats, and then I believe Sona was mentioning something about a PowerPoint and such things like that.
Right. That's where I started working on that, but then we went and started the Excels, which I think those Excels needed to be done because that really because that's when we started talking about the bullets on the floor, the BBs on the floor.
Push the cat button, but it will make me disappear.
The casing, right?
Could be good.
We need to have that direction. So I think that Excel really gives us a good focus on, okay, these are the areas that we can look at specifically.
See, Mabel, well, this is why we need you up here with me.
Back. But I'm
I
gonna
need
look up information on the SAP.
conversation.
That
You
we
need to
talked
hear about Big Daddy.
The format that talk about the two SOPs that
Big Daddy. That's what I want to hear about. Big Daddy.
the CSR.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay, that sounds good. I'm gonna start at 12:30 then, because I'm gonna put in that extra half hour, and then I can go until 5 because I'll be here, and I don't have to.
Log in your time. Just log in your time.
Yeah.
And we're good with that. Today I think it's best that we do that because honestly, it's mostly just if you were to come here, just be like, okay, we'll just work on this.
Right.
I'm busy doing other things and everything, so why
Right.
work down at that point?
Right.
I mean, that way gives you a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah. Okay. What a blessing. Thank you so much. Yeah.
No worries. Glad
Okay.
to do that. So,
Okay.
all right, just if you do have any questions or if you do get something finished up, please just let me know, and then I can go over it.
Sure.
Give any comments before the time is done. That way we can maximize our efficiency today.
Okay. Great. Thank
All right.
you.
Cool. Thanks so. Thank
Okay.
you so much, Mary. Have a good day.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Woohoo! Is everybody still here? Okay.
Yeah, you got me, and I can't see chat, and I'm just like,
You can't see chat. I know. I'm sorry. So that was, yeah, my job. So basically, they just said that because of the tasks that I have to do today, it's best to just work from home. So I will do that. And so probably that pushes me to 12 o'clock because I'll need to eat something and then start working at 12:30. So it gives us an extra hour. Anyway, so okay, I was talking about the mountain, right? And so let's say a person on this side of the mountain, up, has this direct connection with God, and God is requiring them to, like, I want you to fast, or I want you to wear certain clothes or whatever, because it's their direct connection that God is communicating that I want this from you in your life. And so they do it. But somebody on this side here has the same direct connection with God that's open to all of us, right? And God says, you know what I need from you? I need you to go out and be a missionary, or something, right? Or I need you to be a shepherd, or something. Or I need you to not drink, right? It could be, I need you to drink. I need you to drink. God is going to have an individual, personal connection with each thing, each person, each thing, right? And so and when I'm on this side of the mountain, I see God in this perspective, and if I'm on this side of the mountain, I see God from this perspective, right? And then what happens is I get all excited that I have this personal connection with God. And if I have ego, if I've got some natural ego, because some people are kind of born with greed and power and ego, and other people aren't.
We all
Some
are
of
born
it's
with id, ego, superego. We're born with the id. We're all when we're babies. What do we want? Whatever we want. When we
need to
want
take
it.
care. Yeah, feed me, change my diaper, take care of my needs.
Man.
So what happens is then, and I think if we can actually look at Buddha for this guy had this question. He sat under a Bodhi tree for, I don't know, years or months or whatever, and he fasted and he didn't eat or whatever, right? And everybody's like sitting around him like, oh, this guy's got a connection to God, he's the dude, and so we got to do what he's doing. And they start doing what he's doing, and then he gets a message from God that, okay, now get up and go eat. So he gets up and he goes and he has a pastrami sandwich, right? And everyone's going, hey, where are you going? You told us not to eat, and you told us we had to fast. Why are you going and eating a pastrami sandwich? And it's like, you guys put me on this pedestal. I didn't climb up on any pedestal here. I'm just doing my thing with God. And whatever you see, you're doing secondhand. But I think this is how the rules happen. Because what was right for someone, what God required of them, then they turned it into a rule. Well, everybody has to do this if they want to be spiritual. They want to be like this guy. And sometimes people will even teach it and say, oh, look, I have the spiritual connection. And how did I do it? I did this and this and this and this. And God told me to do this and this and this. So you should do the same as me. right? So some people do it out of ego, completely oblivious, because they're in their connection with God and they're not paying attention to anything else, but other people see it and they take it wrong because they don't have a personal connection and they didn't get one, so they're just looking at the person who's got one. Right? This is the world according to Miriam.
Well, also in the Bible verse, it says one man's faith allows him to do this, and one man's faith allows him to do that.
Love.
That's how that works.
Yeah. Grace said we can all hear the still small voice. Yeah. So we all have that opportunity. And that's what Jesus was saying, is that you can all have that connection. And that's why the Sadducees and the Pharisees were having such a fit, because it's like, no, everybody can't have it. It's only for us. If everybody can have it, they don't need us.
Yeah, and they won't give us their money.
Yeah. Amelia says there's a difference between faith and religion. Exactly. Religion is all those rules. Faith is the connection.
Religion is just a series of rituals.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with having rituals if they're the ones that God's wanting for you.
Right. It's like some people have new moon festivals, some people don't.
Yeah. Exactly. Some people want to celebrate Christmas as a representative of Jesus, and other people say, oh no, Christmas has pagan origins and I'm not going to participate in it. Okay. Well, God's both can be right. They can both be right.
Like, you do what you want, but let me do what I want. Right. Don't call me like in Halloween. Like for Halloween, it's like people will be like, you're celebrating Satan's birthday. And I'm like, you might be, but I'm not. That's what I'm doing. But you call it, it's like, no, but it's like, please don't.
You know what, though?
I'm not celebrating it that way.
And Satan are not necessarily the same thing. Occult, really, I mean, what ocular? Our eyes, ocular. Occult means hidden. What is hidden? And what is hidden from us? What we can't see is the spiritual realm. That just came.
That's deep. That's deep.
The mountain thing is a thought I had before and shared with you my perspective.
Yeah, that's
perspectives.
Yeah.
But this that just happened, that's from spirit to me. And I'm sharing it with you, and you can take it for what it's worth, But that's a completely new thought out of nowhere. That yes, occult, ocular, the eyes, hidden, and not only it yes, it does in American English have a very negative, demonic. A lot of people will throw out occult to mean Aleister Crowley and Satanism and things like that, and that can be a part of it. They hide those things from us. They hide those things that they do from us. They hide the cannibalism from us. Sometimes it's hidden in their own brain because the trauma, the people that have been doing this for generations, since Lilith, in my opinion, and that's a whole nother topic. We're not going to go off on that rabbit trail. That it's for generations, they know better than Freud and everybody else how trauma can split the brain into different personalities, that this is the human condition. This is how our brain functions. If something is so traumatic, we need to hide it away from the part of us that's still living in order to be able to still function. So, and if you do it right, you can actually create a split personality with a name that only that personality only experiences and lives in those times that it is triggered to come out in the, I'm at that place, right? Yeah. So every time they want a ceremony at a certain place, they'll trigger that personality for that place. And then that personality only lives ever in that one place. And every time you're like going to school and church and everything else, it's maybe your core personality, but there's all these other splits that have happened that they've done on purpose to keep it hidden. Occult, to keep it hidden. But even the spiritual realm that's good is still the spiritual realm, and it's hidden from our earthly eyes. We can't see it. Some will have whoa, they call it the second sight, because you have your first sight, and then they have their second sight into the spiritual realm, and maybe they can see fairies, and maybe they can see angels, maybe they can see demons. There's that other realm that is hidden from our physical existence, and that's the occult. So the thing that triggered all of this thought is saying that Halloween is Satan's birthday. Some Southern Baptist or Pentecostal or Methodist or whatever preacher came up with that one, I can tell you, because it's pagan, and there's nothing about Satan, Lucifer, Satan, in paganism. It's mostly earth, like nature. I'm saying earth,
Yeah.
nature. It's mostly nature things. Okay. Doesn't mean that there's not some, maybe there is some demonic influence in part of it. Maybe there's some angelic influence in other parts of it. Right. But paganism in general has nothing to do with Satanism, as in Aleister Crowley.
Speaking of Methodists, my Methodist, back in the day, my Methodist pastor that I used to go to, which I loved that church, he was cool. He basically, I can't remember how he explained Halloween, but it was a nice way. It wasn't Satan's birthday. It was like, he had a little story, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like, we're not celebrating. You may think that, but I'm not. But go for it. But then they go and celebrate Christmas, and it's like that. You're fine to do what you want, and I can see your point, but I'm not. I know what's in my heart. My heart is not celebrating
Christmas. Yeah, Christmas is just as pagan as Halloween. Only
Right.
Christmas was more successfully funny because it went through a transition of becoming Christian, and then now it's just commercialism. Let's get rid of the Jesus part and just have Santa Claus, which goes back to the paganism and stuff too. It's the red mushroom, the psychedelic mushroom with the red toadstool with the white spots on it. That's Santa Claus, and then you get Krampus and all this kind of stuff. But Halloween is how they pronounce it in Gaelic or whatever, the Irish. Halloween. But if you look at it spelled, you would think it's Samhain, Samhain, Samhain. But they pronounce it Samhain, which is where we get the Halloween from. All Hallows Eve. It became All Saints. They tried to make it All Saints Day, right? But it didn't success. It wasn't as successful worded as Christmas was. They were all Oh, Amelia's buffering. Well, if you're really interested in this part of the topic, it's 2 hours right now. So, on the replay, go back to like an hour and a half or something, and then you can like watch it, hopefully without the buffering. I'm going to go backwards through the comments from what's here the latest, referring to what we're talking to, and then go backwards. Amelia says it's different here. People see into the spirit part of the native culture, the Maori and things like this. Different. Even the Aboriginal, a lot of indigenous peoples still have that connection, and that's for sure. Grace mentions the MK Ultra mind control, and so yes, Grace. Since Q, of course, MK Ultra was in it started on paper, started in the 60s, 50s, 60s or something, but MK Ultra is using what has been done for generations, like since Lilith. We're talking Adam and Eve, Lilith, Babylonian, Egyptian, Freemasons, Knights Templar, or whatever, all these different, still, were they evil or were they Christian mystics? You know, I mean, because who was evil? Is it the Pope, the one that was evil? And so they had, I mean, if the Pope and the Catholic Church is persecuting the Knights Templar, then does that mean the Knights Templar are Christian mystics? Right? I mean, it's like, my jury's out on all of that. But anyway, what I'm saying is that
Well, I'm not a fan of the Pope.
Splitting and the red shoes, and like, come on, we can go down so many rabbit holes. But the splitting of the mind is something that's been done for so long, generations, that it's a science to them. Exactly. MK Ultra is a science. They are used, which makes the ties to the Satanism, you know, and the Satanism and the adrenochrome and the cannibalism and the everything, you know, the thing that was so elite, you know, has just as we say the 1%. Well, the 1% in 1800 was a different number than the 1% today, because our population has gone from, you know, 3 billion to, like, I think we actually passed 7 and are into 8 million already. Or at least billion, right? So 1% is a higher number, is a larger number, right? So they say no to popes. I left Catholicism because it felt so culty. Listen, doing chores, Amelia, Grace, what is hidden will be known. Grace has a really nice word here. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just
no, I can read, but you can share your thought, because I can read.
Oh, I was just saying, you don't have to go to the Pope or to a priest. You can go right to the source. But some people,
we all have.
But that doesn't mean you can't talk to other people, and maybe some people feel better. You know, maybe it works for them. But I'm saying that as long as they're not putting that person as, you know, above God, or like second above you. I mean, you know what I mean.
Right. You know, it's like I was mentioning, was it in our last live, that I said, like, she's our spiritual leader, and then I was like, no, wait, because of all this that we're talking about. It's like, I don't want to say she's our, I don't want that to be misconstrued, you know, but she does have a certain amount of leadership that, not in a pedestal ego, she's better than us, she knows more than us. No, we all have that, but she's helping guide us, you know, and helping and helping give us things to think about together as a community, you know. Right. And she's not a leader, like a church leader, like a Billy Graham or a Kenneth Copeland or the Pope or some, you know, some kind of.
But I can tell she's educated in that area.
Sure, and she has a lot of spiritual thoughts, a lot of things that.
But I don't agree with, like, you know, like you said, I don't agree with everything.
Of course, of course, because you know what? We're all humans. So none of us, I don't know all the answers. She doesn't know all the answers. You know, we don't, none of us has we don't have every puzzle piece.
No, we don't.
But we all have some puzzle pieces.
Well, we have our faith and our hope and our.
And I might need that corner piece that you need. Right?
We have our whole.
Maybe you're looking, you've got a lighthouse, and the part where the flame of the lighthouse at the top is, you don't have that piece. You've got all the rest of the lighthouse, but you don't have that piece. Yeah. But me, I have that piece. Right. And when I share that piece, it fits into your puzzle. Right? That we do that for each other. You know, we've got new comments. Let me check. She puts things into perspective and exposes us to different ways of thinking. Absolutely. And then we can choose if that's right for us or not, because we're all individual. If we want to have sage or not have sage. If we want to have stones or not have stones. We have tarot or not have tarot.
I just get confused. Who else gets a little
Okay.
confused sometimes? Though it's like we can't be in the matrix and we can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we know that
Yeah.
stuff's going on, but we know that we're real. So, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm explaining it
I
well, but
think
you
they're
can't
flying
have it both.
at the car.
We can't have it both ways. It's either. It's like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth sometimes. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's
Right.
not.
And I
It's
think
not. Sometimes
sometimes
it's like
we,
it's doing a
yeah,
little hit
we
and
have to
miss. Sometimes we got to get it smoothed out.
yeah,
We gotta smooth those rough roads and make them smooth.
we have to be careful with the spirituality that Mabel's saying, spirituality, that we understand that it doesn't have to always be either or and black and white, like the Masons black and white, right? There is there a
Right.
duality? Is there right and wrong? Absolutely. There are things that are right and wrong. I'm not saying that everything is can be, oh, right, it's right for me but not right for you, so I'm gonna sin because, because you don't have to sin, but I'm gonna sin because it's okay for me, right? I
Right.
mean, no, there are some things that are flat out wrong, and then there's a lot of things that it's individual, that God really does deal with us personally and individually. And so we are all on the spectrum, Grace says. And Mabel says that she likes Pam because she's real about herself. Exactly. She's authentic. And what
I do too.
she does and says is good, is hers. And like I said, because one piece of she's saying fits my puzzle, right? And one piece of what I say in the comments fits her puzzles.
More
So
pieces.
this is
Let's
why,
just say this. I was just gonna say more of our pieces fit together than don't. I'll just put it that way.
yeah,
We have more in
yeah,
common than we don't. Way more in
yeah,
common than we don't have in common. So there's that. But not,
exactly. And so I'm gonna go back into the comments here. So saying no to Pope. It's different here. People who can see in the spirit realm are native culture, mind control. Okay. Grace said, what is hidden will be known. What we know in part, we will know in full. I love that. I love that. Andy said, Holy Spirit? Question mark. I get a shudder, like when you're cold, but has nothing to do with temperature. I hate it when I'm walking my dogs who've been waiting all day. I get it. Maybe he meant at the H is maybe supposed to be a G. I get it when I'm walking my dogs who've been waiting all day. And then Amelia, they were having a fit because they had sandpapered nether regions all the time. Oh my God. What were we talking about for that? Who sandpapered their nether regions all the time?
I don't know, but I love it. This is
Oh,
good. I'm getting.
oh, maybe they're talking about, because I think we were talking about the clothes, right? Okay, here. Amelia said everyone wore dresses in the desert, the dresses, the tunics, right? Mabel said must have been uncomfortable with all that sand blowing up inside their robes. And then Amelia said they were all having a fit because they'd sandpapered their nether regions all the time.
Yeah,
I'm
but
so
that just
glad
goes.
you went back.
But
You
maybe all of that
and
sharp sand helped cut some of that
everybody's
hair.
got everyone's got their emojis of them laughing with tears at that. Oh, that's great. And it says I only have one or two whiskey in the winter, sparkling fruit wines in the summer. We can all hear the still small voice. Yeah, I think we're caught up. New comment, Pam. Love Pam, heart Pam, love Pam. Collective consciousness. Yes, when we all come together, it's true. Um, there is a collective consciousness where things start happening and people start having the same thoughts. This is why I kind of briefly mentioned before that copyright law allows for two people to come up with the same idea at the same time. Where the law comes in is you have to prove that the other person had access to your writings or drawings or whatever and then copied it. You have to prove
Oh,
that access, right? Which is why in Hollywood, if you meet an executive, we talk about the elevator pitch. You have to be able to pitch your story like as if somebody in the elevator, you meet the executive, Disney executive or whatever in the elevator, and you're going up in the elevator, and you got to tell them your pitch quick before when the elevator door open, you're done, right? But that executive might need to say, no, don't tell me. This is why they say we don't take unsolicited scripts, because if you send your script to Disney and they open it and they already have that same idea working, now you have cause when that movie would come out to say, oh, but I sent my script in and look, now they came out with this movie, even though they were already working on that movie before you sent in your script, because two people can have the same idea at the same time. Amelia said she removed that comment, thought better of it. Mabel started her off on a tangent about the sandpaper.
I will be right back. Carry on with that.
And Mabel, sure. Okay. Yeah, sure. Blame me. We've got oh, how funny. But yeah, the collective consciousness, we can sometimes basically get wavelength in science, where the research into this area scientifically comes in, is with what they call murmurations. I'm going to write that down here. Murmurations. I think it's spelled like this. It's giving me the red line underneath it. So I think murmuration. The second one being, okay, no little red lines. So it's the second one, but it's definitely a U in the beginning. Okay, so the murmurations, what that is like when you see a flock of tiny birds, right? It's not usually the big birds that do this, but the tiny starlings or whatever that are flying, and they're going around like this, right, in the sky, and you can just sit mesmerized. Fish do it in the ocean, right? You got this big school of fish, and they're all going around. How do they know when to turn right and left and go up and down so that they all do it together? They call it murmurations, because it's not just physical. It has to be something deeper, like a frequency, right? They're all on the same frequency, and so and you've got somebody who's the lead bird, or takes a turn as the lead bird, and their frequency is being sent out to everybody else. We also call it like thought waves. That's a scientifically studied thing now, is thought waves. Start getting into the scientific experiments about the plants, like two plants that I forget how they know they're connected, but these two plants are, maybe you took a piece off of a plant and planted it, and then you take the other plant into another country, and you do something to this plant, like you take a lighter and you move it so it feels the heat, and it starts shaking because it feels the heat and it doesn't want to get burned, and that the one that's in the other country starts shaking too, because it can feel what they're connected. Parents and children sometimes have this. My daughter, she had appendicitis. I felt it. And I had to do, you do this thing where you put your thumb on your belly button and your pinky on your hip bone, and then your index finger, point your index. So you've got your thumb on your belly button and your pinky on your hip bone, and then point with your index finger. That's where your appendix is. So if your pain is there, go to a hospital, right?
Very educational.
I had a hysterectomy, so I was like, I started to feel pain, and I'm like, am I having ghost pains, like ghost cramps of the ovary? Because my hysterectomy, they took the ovaries and everything out. There was all the fibroid stuff or whatever all over it. So they took it out, but I used to have really bad cramps. Like, oh man, maybe I'm just having ghost cramps, but this is really painful. Turns out dog was like maybe 14 or 15 at the time, was having appendicitis. And then, so they told me that so I talked, and I said, look, is there something wrong? And it's like, oh yeah, I was having all this pain, but now I took some ibuprofen or whatever. Now it's gone away. I said, okay. And then I don't know if it was the middle of the night or whatever, because I'm on really strict. My ex-husband was evil. And so he had this horrible, this horrible thing. He got the courts to agree that I could only call their house between 1 hour of the day. Is on your phone for the internet. So he would always that I couldn't call my kids. And then he'd say, see, your mom doesn't love you because she didn't call. But that's a whole nother story. The point is, I'm not supposed to call in the middle of the night.
It sounds familiar to me.
Yeah. So that pain was so sharp. It was like appendix, like place, everything. And I knew my daughter had this pain also. And I called. I said, something is wrong. And I don't know, maybe she was already at the hospital or something, but they did not take her. They just, it's just cramps. And then when her appendix bursts, what happens? Your appendix bursts, you have some relief, right? You don't have that because it's not building up and building up. It burst and you have some relief of the pain, but then all that bile and stuff is going throughout your system. And then you start feeling the pain again. Yeah. So this is what happened to my daughter because they didn't take her to the doctor the first time. And then she got the pain so bad that she insisted that that they had to the hospital. And then they found out that her appendix had burst. So we knew what happened. So there are a lot of scientific examples of things like this happening where there's the thought waves. You ever have a thing, you're thinking about your friend in someplace else, another country or whatever, you pick up the phone to call them, and if phone didn't even ring, they're already on the phone because they were calling you and you picked it up right at the same moment.
That used to happen as a teenager all the time.
Well, yeah. For those of us with the old school phones anyway,
right.
Those thought waves, you guys were connected in the thought waves and one just picked up the phone before the other. Like twins. Mabel says they can make their own language, but yeah, they can have these thought wave things and physically, birds talk. Amelia says birds talk. Maori trained the bell birds to do certain whistles. They repeat them for other people to hear it. Sure. Animals are sentient.
Well, yeah, you see the birds when they fly, the birds flying and they getting all those. It's like, how do they know to form that exact?
All that. Yeah. So they're trying to do more and more research about that, the murmurations. I'm not sure exactly what it was that got me on the murmurations. With Dan and all this, we were talking about we're a community, and we uplift each other, and we all find our own tribe now. It used to be you were born into a tribe, but then with so much urbanization and everything, we don't always have that tribe anymore, and we can feel alone and isolated. But and there's a lot of negative things like porn and crime and scams that can be on any social media. But it can also be used to create a tribe and have a sense of community for people that are separated physically. We can be together.
Yeah.
And we bond together. I
was just going to say, did you hear about the climate change girl, Greta? She was allegedly arrested, but that was all fake.
It was fake. Okay. Yeah, I did hear that in Germany. She was arrested in Germany.
You need to watch the Black Conservative. No, the Black Conservative Perspective.
Perspective, right?
Right.
We were thinking Patriot, but it's Perspective.
Did you ever watch the
I think it
NPC
used
show?
I think he changed it. Hmm?
Does anybody watch the NPC
What?
show? The NPC show?
I'm not sure. Doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, just another one of those shows I watch. There's so many out there. It's hard to keep up.
Amelia gave us a little more information about these bellbirds. That so the Maori had taught the bellbirds to do certain whistles, and then those bellbirds taught their babies the whistles, and so the language has now been, passed on for hundreds of years. This language. No, Mabel says no. What did we just talk about? That Mabel's saying no. Oh no, she doesn't watch the NPC, because Grace then says yes, she does watch NPC. What's it stand for? NPC.
I can't even remember now. I started watching it back when Q was the thing, but now he's moved on. He just talks about, everything. Just he's basically one of us. Kind of, sorta.
Speaking of the Amelia just said animal dinner feeding time. The cleaner left, so I need to take Popeye off the chain. So I'll turn this around, maybe. Let me move some things out of the way. There you go. You guys can look out the window as I go out there and take Popeye off.
We are in Cambodia now, looking out the window. Some of us are having some whiskey, some of us are having tea and crumpets, and some of us are having a little Diet Coke and vodka, and some of us are having, I don't know, what are you having? Juice, grape juice. Oh, it's past my bedtime, I'm usually asleep by now, sort of. Well, yeah, let's get real. Typically, I'm asleep because I have no one to amuse me, but I'm being I'm being amused.
There's a good puppy. Hello, kitty kitties. Oh, you need some food?
La, 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 la.
I'm feeding the cats.
That's good. You should feed them. They need nourishment.
Yeah. I don't think the cleaner fed them.
My cats are sleeping. I think.
Okay. Okay. We're good.
Let me think who else I watch. I can't tell you everyone I watch because then you might judge me. Think, what is she watching that person for? But I need to be. I need to be amused.
We're not gonna judge you for anything.
Oh yes, you might judge me. Some things we must keep to ourselves. Nothing.
That's true. There's nothing about hiding things and hidden.
It's not really that terrible. Who else? Okay, well I don't just watch crime.
I have to force myself to drink more water.
Ask the people in the chat who are some other creators that they enjoy watching.
Well, you guys heard her, right? I don't have to repeat it. But while you're saying that, Grace had said that NPC is news, politics, culture. That's what it stands for.
Okay.
And I guess if you watch it, you know it, right? Amelia's got coffee. Mabel has iced tea.
Yeah. I was teasing them.
Oh,
that
were
they
you
having
telling them what you were drinking?
Yeah, I said they were probably having whiskey and such.
Mabel says she
Chocolate.
watches a lot of online auctions and she buys stuff.
Oh,
That's fun.
Oh.
Remember when on cable TV you used to have the QVC channel, the shopping network and stuff? And there's like all.
It's probably still on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just do everything Amazon.
Amelia says that we're all on her phone, and so she's carrying it around with her and listening while she's feeding her chickens and everything. That's awesome.
Chicken.
Mabel buys vintage. Grace says she watches true crime stuff.
Yeah.
But so give us some examples. You watch Harsh Reality.
Yeah. Bear.
J-Rod.
Bare Bones Reaction.
Ryan.
Bears.
Oh, I remember the name of that, but
he's cool.
I don't know because there's a few that I don't watch on purpose. Like the Theorizing Theorist. Most of his stuff is like,
I don't watch that. Of course, I don't watch The Glare or anything like that.
Yeah, there was some like drama going on between, because you got Squirrels on Fire, but then there's Squirrel Girl. Wasn't Pam talking about Squirrel Girl and how she like?
I looked up the Squirrels on Fire, but it was the Kylie case. No, was it Kylie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I think it's Bare Bones Reaction. I like that guy. He's pretty cool.
Got my nail clippers. I gotta clip one of my nails.
He might be part of the Creek Squad or whatever that is.
Which is Ryan Upchurch is the Creek Squad.
But it's not. But it's he's just one of the guys. But he has his own show. I like to watch pretty much people that are small. Like not huge people. Like, T-Rex was. He had like 60 people at one time.
Really, T-Rex?
T-Rev. I keep calling him T-Rex, like the dinosaur.
Yeah. Well, I remember Pam's channel was like under 100.
Yeah.
And I remember that. And Southern Logic. You guys watch Southern Logic? Oh, Mabel mentioned Cinema Shogun. Yes, and he just added a second channel called Fat and Hated. So I made sure to go over and subscribe to that one too. And he's got good content on both of them. T-Rev, Harsh, Grizzly. Now see, Grizzly, I discovered with Petito, the Gabby Petito case.
Yeah, right. So everybody that was covering Gabby. That's how I found all those people.
Yeah, I found her and Cinema Shogun with Petito as well.
Yeah, I liked him for a while, but then he got me mad at something. I can't remember what he got me. He was going after somebody, and I was like, "Come on, man."
I know somebody like attacked him, and so there was. But you know what I did is I just didn't watch the drama video. It's like Britney Spears. I don't really care.
Well, I don't like it. When they start talking about each other a lot.
She was a Mouseketeer. They've split her personality. So how much she knows she's participating in and how much they just trigger her into participating in something, I don't know. I don't know.
I know.
But
that's messed up.
She's messed up, and nobody's gonna talk. Nobody's gonna tell the truth about it. And if they do, okay, if somebody tells that kind of side of the truth of it,
and he was, wasn't he?
Nothing's gonna happen about it. Yeah. So he follows Britney Spears a lot.
That was fine.
I just don't watch those videos. because I don't care.
Well, I for a little while followed her on Instagram, and it just got really weird, and it was just like something's wrong, and everybody was just
Oh.
like, "Yay!" Like everything she does, they just cheer on, like and it's like, no, something's weird. It's like, and finally he said it.
Yeah.
It was like something's up, and then we thought she was free, and then something strange there, like you said, that she's been screwed around
Yeah.
with too much. Sad.
Way too much. I
Yeah.
mean, back in the day, I guess she was like the Miley Cyrus of the 80s. Really, kind of compare
Just
that.
whoever they get
She was
these
so
people,
sexualized.
they make them so they build them up, they build them up, and then they destroy their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone is just to be used, you know.
They're just part of a. They're
Um,
used.
we got some Michelle After Dark. I love Michelle. Michelle After Dark, as in the one that walks the dogs. Because
Oh yeah, I watched
Girls
her
on
for a
Fire
while.
has some other Michelle that's like the one that's not with the dogs. The one that's like American, long straight brown hair. I don't like
What,
her.
the one that's crazy?
I don't know. Huh? Her name is Michelle.
But she doesn't talk crime, does she?
Well, yeah. Well, she talks about whatever Squirrels on Fire is talking about. She's
Oh,
usually
okay,
up on.
so-
She's got her own channel, but she's usually on the panel with the Squirrels on. I don't know. I mean, nothing against her, but just something doesn't rub me right. It rubs me the wrong way. I don't
Right.
care for her so much. But the Michelle After Dark, the one that walks the dogs, because she's got 2 channels as well. I finally just figured out the second channel and subscribed to that one so that I get all her content. Mabel says you have to watch him live. He'll go 10 to 12 hours live. I know. It's like I'll wake up in the morning, I'll watch for a couple hours, and then I'll go do something, come back home in the afternoon, and he's still on. I jump back in.
Did you
It's
see
like
the short?
crazy. Did you see
Did
what?
you see the short? He had the spirit box short on today. Was it today? And you could hear it really clearly. Whatever he had it like a short, and it was like
Oh, because it's a
somebody
short.
clearly
Okay.
talking. But it was like when you could
It's a what
actually.
did it
I can't remember what it said now, but it was clear.
Okay. It came in. It's in my recommendations, so I'll
It
watch
wasn't
because I was like Spirit Box.
Right. Well,
Okay,
this
I'll
was just
listen.
like yeah, it's just like a short. Just it's like
I'll
somebody
listen to
says something clearly, like "Hello, how are you?" I mean, it's not like cha-cha. Like,
Yeah.
did they say yeah? No, I thought I heard them say no, and there's like, no, I heard them say. It's like no, I can't do
No,
it.
there's sometimes where it says something like
Okay.
everyone's going. It said bananas, and I'm like,
Okay.
I know.
Does
I heard
anybody watch?
apple.
Does anybody?
I heard
Does
apple. So
anybody?
clear.
Does anybody watch Candace Starr? She's the one that has a. She has a different kind of spirit box, but
Yeah.
hers doesn't make any cha 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 cha. It just talks to her.
So much. But the thing that bothers me is, bless her heart, okay, is that she talks. Oh, I mean, so you get some. Okay, let's give her credit that it's really spirits coming through. All right, maybe
I
not,
just
but
wanted to
let's give her
yeah.
credit if it is, right?
Okay.
Assuming that's the premise that it is. They're talking, and she's like keeps asking the same question over them while if they're coming from the other side and trying to say something, can you like shut up for a minute and let them talk?
Let them talk. And then
The last
sometimes when
one hard.
okay,
You know.
and then okay, but if you're used to hearing from spirit, how come when they do say something, you're like, "Wow, did you hear that?" It's like, why are you surprised? It's like, wait a minute, well, you hear this all the time. Why are you shocked? That's one thing that gets me. But I'm not saying nothing. I mean, I'm entertained, but it's like, how come her box doesn't go?
So it's like, yeah, I know of her. I watch her sometimes. I'm not like a 100.
No,
I'm not a diehard fan, but
no,
okay, I'm okay with her.
Yeah.
Amelia said summer here, on the other hemisphere, 5 p.m. in the evening, 3 hours before dark sunset. She has to finish chores before wine o'clock. Good.
Well, it's all
Good wine.
midnight.
Good wine come from this. Now, she also says that she follows someone named Kimberly Flower, Noor Jasmine, Noor, Noor Jasmine, and Navalis True Crime. I haven't heard of any of those.
Me either.
Oh, Mabel was like, Britney Spears? She's absolutely cuckoo. Yeah. True Crime Rocket Science. I remember coming across them. Now, see, sometimes it's like,
That sounds
I'm
familiar.
interested in one video and I'm not sure that I want, because I'm not just going to like subscribe, right? You got to show me that your content is going to be consistent. And then if I like it, I'll subscribe, right? And so there's two things that happen. One, I'll like one video but not subscribe, but then the algorithm doesn't pick it up, so it falls off and it doesn't give me more, so then I forget about that channel even though I thought it was a maybe channel. And then there's other ones that I watched a few times and it's like you got to like a little bit that I like but not enough that I'm going to subscribe.
Yeah.
And so like with True Crime Rocket Science, I'm not sure which one it falls. There's one called Unsolved Murders No More. That's a guy that Kevin Maines or Jeff Maines or something like that, I think, and he's a retired law enforcement, and he's got a guy that's on death row in San Quentin that is helping him with solving unsolved cold cases and stuff. And so that's interesting. I like his channel. Grace, if I watch too much crime channels, I get physically ill. Absolutely. And you know what? I think for Mabel, for you, I think you're more empathetic. You have that empath, Mabel. And so if you're an empath, you're going to feel it a lot more than everybody else, than other people. So we all have different tolerances of different things, So
yeah,
I just get like a headache from it.
There was a trial today. It was about a family that was murdered. And when it's children being murdered, and so I can't watch it. I'm turning it. Yeah. I mean, and like if they're going through a trial. For the Idaho
4, I'm really ignoring a lot of the Idaho 4 stuff right now. And I mean, if all you're doing is speculate, more speculation, new speculation, more speculation, but speculation upon speculation of the same evidence that we have, and it's not new evidence, I don't want to hear any more speculation. I don't care. It's just, okay. I mean, it's going to be 6 months until the trial.
Breaking news. We found her hair.
Yeah, Michelle After Dark has 2 channels. True That and Unstable Mabel. So I don't know, Grace, if you're saying an expression like, oh, that is true that, or if that's actually a name of a channel. I think she's saying true that, like that's true, that about the physical, it came right after the physically ill thing. Amelia's mentioning the Michelle After Dark channels. Yes, got that. If I had to pick one, it would probably be Grizzly because she keeps up with it all. Exactly. But the only reason that sometimes I don't watch Grizzly is because her deep dives are so complete and in depth that they're like an hour and a half, 2 hours long. And sometimes I don't want to sit and listen and watch and also, okay, there's a difference for me in what I can listen to while I'm doing jigsaw puzzles and what I have to watch. Right. And Grizzlies are more the kind that you have to watch because she's got her map time and this and that. And so I'm like in the middle of my jigsaw puzzle and I got to pause it and go over to the other tab and, to see what she's talking about. Where other people like Cinema Shogun rarely has I mean, sometimes you'll put up like a picture or something, but you can pretty much just listen. And Harsh Reality, you can pretty much, and Michelle After Dark, most of the time, you can just listen, right? But if you need to know, and another one, it's a true crime. It's a crime. It's called Crime. Her. But hers are very, very detailed. I started watching her, I think, I don't know if it was Gabby Petito or Daybell. Definitely I was watching her on the Lori Daybell stuff.
Oh yeah, I was into that. That came before Lori Daybell was before Gabby, right?
Gabby Petito. Okay. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because I was into that. I was into the Lori Daybell thing.
Plunder is good, but a day or so behind is what Grace says. Yes. I like her calm way of speaking that Plunder has, but I don't always, I'm not sure why I'm not like a diehard of hers. I'm not sure. I can't remember why. Popcorn Planet, Mob Crew.
I used to watch.
I remember. I used to. I don't watch him so much anymore. But Mob Crew, I remember when he was like he was like so new to doing it that he stumbled over his words a lot and everything. And now he's so used to it. He's got over his learning curve, so he's like, he's a lot more confident in his presentation and everything now. But I remember him when he was like in the hundreds of viewers, hundreds of subscribers.
I have allegedly with Brittany. He's one of the people I want.
Yeah. And what the one that all my friendlies, my friends, don't say hate to anybody. You don't know who I'm talking about? Somebody in there. You got to write that in. Christina Randall. Something about her name's Christina Randall. I don't remember the channel name, but she's got her long nails and everything, and she's kind of got this. It's kind of like halfway Southern accent and halfway like a Black Ebonic accent.
Yeah,
if that makes sense to anybody. It was actually classified as Ebonics, the way that Black people talk, right? So anyway, she's in the middle of that, and she's got these long nails, and and she's just fun. And sometimes, the first time I saw her was just out of curiosity. It came up in my recommendations. I watched her, and it's like, what's this chick about? And it was kind of funny, right? How she, don't have hate, don't show hate to anybody. She's got.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
If you're a new subscriber, welcome. And if you're a returning subscriber, you're my babies, and she has this little cloud. And I'm not trying to mock. I'm mocking her, but not in a malicious way.
You're impersonating.
I enjoy it. I'm impersonating, and sometimes she has really good stuff to say. She's got really good thoughts, because if it was just the la 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 la, I would like, okay, moving on. But she's very thoughtful. She's very insightful. Okay. Amelia says it's not possible to engineer a soundbite. It's exactly what people want to hear. Is it? She's talking about the spirit boxes. Yeah, we're open to it. We're not. I think Chalet and I are both. We should be like the Laverne and Shirley, the Miriam and Chalet show. They're the only one that ever comes up on the panel. I think that we're both on the same page. That we're open to it being real. The problem is You don't know for sure. You don't know what's coming through. It could be an evil spirit saying that there's somebody else. Because I think you're the one that made the comment. When I go to the other side, I'm not coming back and talking in a box. I'm going to be
right.
busy partying.
That's
Right?
right.
And to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. If we're in the presence of the Lord, why are we coming back? So an impersonation. However, the impersonation could be, like if it's an evil spirit impersonating, doesn't mean it's not the truth. The impersonation could be telling something about what really happened.
Well,
right? But it's just dangerous territory.
Exactly. I don't think we're really not supposed to mess with that sort of thing. I don't believe. I don't believe we're supposed to mess with that.
And we're talking about the clothes.
Scary things happen in your life, and you see ghosts. You don't want to mess. You don't want to see them again. And like you're saying about, like when I die, when people are like, oh, they're looking down. That does not sound heavenly to me. I'm not going to be looking down. I mean, now I've heard it put like this. I've heard like some lady, I can't remember what her name was. She was supposedly a prophet of the Lord, but she put it a different way. Like when there's a special time, like a wedding or a birthday, there could be like a portal where they could see it. But I'm not believing they're looking at a bunch of crap and sadness, and they're not watching me on the toilet, I hope, for God's sake. And
exactly. Exactly. It's kind of like, what?
No, and also we also know that the devil. We also know from if you believe this. I mean, what I believe. I'm not going to say, but what I believe. They can trick you. They know everything. They know exactly how your grandma sounds. They know exactly they can pretend.
Exactly.
And that's why I don't want to get involved. I don't want to see it. And that's why I tell people, I'm not going to be coming and visit you. And that's why I also
says that it's not me.
Now I believe when my grandma died and things, I believe that I believe because I was so, you're so miserable. I believe that in dreams and things, I had the dream where I felt better. I felt like I had the visitation, but it was in a dream. It wasn't like, I don't want someone walking to my door right now that's, hey, Dad, no, I don't want to see you. I'll see you later.
But a dream is a frequency, right? If your dream is on a frequency.
Right. I think
I'm just going with the logic here. I'm just looking at this logically. If your grandmother can come visit you in a dream, and a dream is a frequency, why couldn't a radio pick up that frequency? If you have a special radio, special quartz crystals, whatever. I don't know what they do with these spirit boxes. Is it just a radio or what? I don't know what's inside it, how they make it, But I mean, I'm just saying logically, if grandma's going to come to your dream, then why couldn't that dream frequency get picked up on a spirit box? Now,
well, I think for one thing, I think God made it possible for grandma to come in my dream. That's what I believe. I don't think that she has the power. I mean, I do believe that there's a very thin veil. I think we're real close. I think we're much closer than we think we are. We're really close. You know what I mean? We're just in different.
Grace says we are the special radio, the frequency. A lot of truth to that.
Yes. There you go.
I wanted to say something a second ago. Oh, okay. Using the logic, all right, that like we were saying, who made the rule about the clothes? That you have to stop in the 1800s, or you have to stop in the 50s with a poodle skirt or whatever, right? Who says you're going to stop here, you're going to stop there, and just make up a rule that says this is what God wants, right?
Right.
In that same logic, how can we say the spirit, it's okay to use a smudge stick, but it's not okay to use a spirit box? right? We're being subjective in where we put the line. So that's why I try to just say, it's possible. It's not for me, but it's possible.
Right.
You know,
I've never used a smudge stick either. But if you want to, go for it. I just
yeah,
pray.
exactly,
I just
exactly.
pray.
And if I was to say smudge stick, so therefore you should use one too, that's wrong, because because you have your own connection with God, and God's going to tell you, oh, light a candle, but don't use a
Right.
smudge stick
Yeah. This is
or
very good.
something,
Yeah. Right. Yeah,
right?
that's right. We
You
all have
know,
our
we
own
all have
personal
so, and
relationship.
not judge other people. And again, you had mentioned more about you can judge fruits.
You buffering for a second. Okay. Now I see you.
That's okay. When I saw the
I
circle, I just stopped talking for a minute.
okay.
That was pretty much the thought. Okay, we got to go. I jumped forward in the comments to the most recent ones, so we got to go back again a little bit. And Grace says, I have those who have gone on in my dreams a lot. Okay, like you. Yeah. So does God allow them to come into our dreams? It's possible. What's the fruit? What's the fruit of that visit? Did that visit bring you closer to God, or did it bring fear into your life? Think about the fruit of that visit. Mabel says, my mom sometimes appears in my dreams, but there's zero interaction. She's just there and quiet and nonverbal. And if that gives you a feeling of comfort, then that's a good fruit.
Right. I also like okay, so
And
I also believe that before you die, sometimes I think that like with my grandpa, before he died, he was alive before he died. No, anyway, my mom went to visit him, and he was like, my mom came in the room, and he was like, "You just missed your mother," and her mother's been dead. That's my grandma for a long time, and my mom was like, "Oh, okay." He's like, you just missed her. It was like, and then he died, and and the thing was, my stepdad had a dream about who never dreamed about my grandma before he died. He was like, Grandma's making visits before he died.
she's
No, but
my
there
mom.
are.
I'm
I
gonna let
think
one
that
cat
maybe
out.
a loved one might be able to like bring you some kind of peace maybe before you go. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I don't want anybody showing up at my house that's died. Please no. You can send me like have a flower or you know something, a smell, a familiar smell or something. I believe in that, but I don't want to see nothing. I don't, I don't want to see any. No, please no. I don't want to see no ghost. I have seen a ghost, and that's why I don't want to see one again. No, no.
Amazing.
What you got
Some
there?
of you may know what these are. It's called Jaffa cakes, and it's the round ones that are like a Swiss roll.
Oh, I like Swiss roll.
And it's chocolate and orange. These are really big in England and stuff. And like when I was in England, I bought like 10 packages of. I filled my suitcase coming back with these. And amazing. It was $5. There's 5 of these, so that's like $1 for each one. And I wouldn't normally, but I was just like, oh my God. Didn't see these in before. I may never see them again. It might be some random shipment that came in.
No, and you need to eat that now so you don't get a headache. You have a whole day ahead of you. I get to go to sleep.
I never ate any breakfast. Mabel gets smells off him. That happened to me.
Like that's fine. Smells and like little things. I believe, but like I was saying, I don't want to see the person come and make an appearance.
Right.
Only because it would scare me, and they know that would scare me. I don't know.
Something. Okay. Oh, 9. She said 10 to Life is also good, but a little bit behind. That allegedly channel. She said just drags it out too long. I think maybe that's what I found too, because
yeah.
I know of them, but I don't watch them so often.
Well, I know some just
Oh,
go
Amelia
on
gave us
forever.
emojis of all her farm life. We've got chickens and plants growing. Linda, someone said Linda was maybe talking about, I don't know. Yes, that's a good point, Mabel. Watch art or music or others. Switch mind off. Oh, because then Mabel had just said, I'm ignoring the idea. I'm ignoring the Idaho 4 as well. I'll watch when there is a trial. Exactly. Or unless the police give some kind of new evidence, which they can't. They're under gag order, right? So if somebody is coming up and saying they are the police or this, leaking something, I don't know how reliable that leak is going to be. So why should we get all riled up about it?
The new thing today was the list of things they took out of his house. The things that
From
they confiscated from
who gave
Brian's house. That's new today.
Who gave the list?
The
defense attorney?
The police,
An
I guess.
Official.
It's all, yeah, it's official. It's all official. Everybody's been showing it today.
Okay, I haven't seen that. Because when I was,
Like
okay, you had all night I was sleeping is all day for you.
That's right.
And then I got up and got on and did this. And
right. So there's
anything that's happened, I don't know.
They took like a computer tower and hairs. They found hairs, and I can't remember. There's a whole list of stuff that they took from his house. And then somebody was saying something about that he didn't have a pillowcase on his pillows. And then somebody was commenting that said, "Listen, if you ever go to a house where someone doesn't have a pillowcase, those people are scumbags because they're too lazy to put a pillowcase on their pillow." I don't know who was saying that, but I was like, okay. But yeah, so he must have not have had a pillowcase on his pillow or something, because they were ragging on him about that. And I don't know, but there was a list of stuff. That was the latest, and it was official. But still.
Grace says that it was a court document. So it was filed with the court. Okay.
Yeah.
Mabel says Amelia's pet sheep of 15 years just passed.
Aww.
You mean recently, or like just now during our live it passed?
I hope not just now.
Is that why ended up like she's not? Mabel, do you have like a separate chatting thing with Amelia? And she's not in the chat anymore because her sheep of 15 years just passed while we were here? Grace says they took blood from his bed, etc. I did see, I think last night, where it was like a community post or something. And so it was in writing, and so I was reading it. I think either that or somebody maybe did a short, and it was like she said it in Pam's chat. Pam's live now at the same time. Oh no! Well, we should go see Pam.
Pam's on it.
I didn't know Pam. Yeah, I guess
we can bop over if she's really there. Because sometimes, I mean,
yeah. We've been on for 3 hours. That's fine.
Should we bop over?
Yeah. We don't need to talk about that.
This has been good.
Let's go. So we'll close this. Everybody.
I've enjoyed the ramble.
Grace knows Pam. Maybe, yeah, it's round. That was fun. I didn't even finish my list of British words.
Well, we'll get on it next time.
Okay, next Tuesday.
And Mabel's got some tales.
No, stop. Hold the horses. She said it in Pam's chat yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like, okay, let's go over to Pam's, and Mabel's going, no, you're live yesterday.
I was like, Pam was up late tonight.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes what I
Okay.
was going to say is she, like, after she's on, she plays it right away and it still says live. And it's like, wait a minute, I'll go back. It's like, no, they're just repeating it, but it says it's live. One of those that's like, oh, it's not live.
I've seen that.
So it's like,
I woke up in the middle of the night. So I went to bed and I think I fell asleep. And then I woke up to go to the bathroom or something, like 1 o'clock in the morning. And for some reason I checked the phone and I saw Pam was on live. And so it's like, oh, good. And so that kind of kept me up a little bit longer, like about an hour. But then, by 2 o'clock in the morning, I was like falling asleep.
Yeah.
First, I'm holding it. Then I put the phone down on the bed, but I'm still awake and listening. And then I'm like starting to drift in and out. And so then I commented, okay, I'm falling asleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine's like, I have my phone propped on my pillow. I fall asleep watching somebody, and it's like, they'll still be on. It's like, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
Mabel, we're all going to have faith and we're going to pray for you that everything technical is going to work out for you. Right? Because she says she hopes she can get on in the StreamYard.
This because this Laverne and Shirley act probably getting crazy.
Yeah.
We need a third
story
kick.
time.
Story time.
We'll call it story time. Yeah,
story
daddy
time,
talk.
Mabel. Is it Mabel? Isn't your name Lynn? Is it Lynn?
Oh yeah, I think so.
And you're Maria?
Miriam.
Gosh dang it. Marion. That's right. Like, I went to Marion, but you're Miriam.
Yeah, exactly.
I was close.
You
know what it was? It was the Maria song that threw me off. I just met a girl named Maria. Okay.
Yeah, she confirmed it's Lynn. And so my name, if you look at Maria and add an M, that's my name, Miriam.
I'll remember it now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You call me the Maven, Lady Miriam, the Maven, the Road Gypsy. I've also been the Road Gypsy.
Oh, I like the unstable Mabel name. I like that.
Yeah,
Mabel
that's cute.
takes the table. Mabel's got some table talk.
Oh goodness. Yeah. Oh wow. Well, I would have said condolences to Amelia. I think she went out to feed everybody before wine o'clock.
Yeah, that's right. She had to get her chores. She had to get her chores done so she could have wine.
Yeah, but I would have definitely had said condolences. That's a 15 years for a pet. Doesn't matter what it is. That's a long time. I've got to bump that.
Yep, it sucks.
We're down to 2. Mabel and Grace, I think, is all. So yeah, maybe it's time. I got to start work at 12:30 anyway. So that gives me 15 minutes to like make a sandwich or something. Huh?
That's right, and I need to get my beauty rest.
Oh yeah. Now be careful.
And I end up like me. I may be visited by some people in my sleep tonight, whether I want to be or not, because of all this talk.
Yeah, we don't understand how it works. Just
no, but I was saying
the only thing you can judge is the fruit.
But I wanted to say Pam was saying on her show the other day about moving on, and it was weird because I had just gone to the store and I bought the shirt that said "moving on," and it was like I can't make this
Really?
stuff up. And I would have. It was just weird, but stuff like that happens all the time. Crazy.
It's a good thing I was asleep. I have a song called "Moving On."
Oh,
It's a really good song. You
all
know.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
Play-
Well, we
wow,
better.
I didn't. Yeah.
But then,
Moving
yeah,
on
you're
is
gonna
almost
have
like an archetype of my life. My entire
okay.
life.
Well,
I have
you're gonna have to play
to
it.
move
You're gonna have to play it for us next time.
next time. Now, when we start with Mabel, we'll kick off with "Moving On."
All right.
Me
sounds
and
good.
Grace and Miriam has to leave soon. She wants this house in Oklahoma now. Pam?
Yeah.
Pam is finally deciding on, yeah, Pam. Well, I know she talks a lot about like
She's trying to manifest
leaf
it.
floors or something. Ah, well, good for her. Good for her. You know, that works a lot of the time. That does work. You can do that. You can, if you visualize, visualization, then, you just have to be careful. You have to be really, it's like the folk story we read with the wife, the old fisherman wife.
Yeah.
She kept wanting,
and you can't be like,
no, I'm not saying Pam's like that. I'm saying you have to be careful
no,
in going that direction, because when you could be visualizing something for yourself that you want, that can then actually have negative impacts that you didn't realize.
Right.
I think
that's right. Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
Exactly. I wish I could visualize a down payment. I know.
Yes. We got, but you got to be careful. Like, I know there's a certain preacher out there who, I can't stand him. I won't name him, but he's one of those that's like, believe and receive. If you believe it, no. And it's like, you want that Lamborghini?
Yeah.
You just get it. It's like, no, that doesn't work like that. I don't believe it. There are ways it can, but I'm not talking about Pam. I'm talking about that wackadoo.
Right. I know. And that's why you have to tread carefully. Yeah, I was in an abusive marriage with 3 little kids, going to a Grace Community Church that was talking all about this prosperity and abundance and all of this. And all I could think of is like, didn't Jesus say, take up my cross and follow me and stuff? I mean, isn't there a lot in the Bible suffering?
Yes.
Like, where is, I mean, I'm okay with the abundance part, but how can it all be only abundance?
Right.
But what about the stuff? Where's the balance? Where's the suffering? Because right now I'm suffering. I'm in an abusive marriage.
And you telling me that I'm not,
but God, yeah, for better or for worse, I got worse. I'm stuck in worse. This was my mentality, right? Now I know. No, get the hell out. God's not. There's a bond and a vow, and you made it and they made it, and then they broke it. Why are you still holding on to something that vows doesn't exist anymore? Because it's a contract,
and you're holding on.
Yeah,
I know.
My rationalization, even with kind of getting close to that type of thinking, my brain was like, even though he didn't keep the vow, it was like we didn't just make a vow to each other, we made a vow to God. So even though he broke his vow, I'm still liable to God for the vow. Okay, this is my thought process. And so when I'm going to this church that's talking about all this abundance, and I'm like thinking, what about the suffering? Because I'm suffering.
Yeah.
God will be with us in the suffer. When we're suffering, He'll be there to comfort us and get us through it, and then maybe help us find a way out of it. But it's not always about abundance, and like you're doing something wrong if you're not having perfect life.
Yeah.
The cats are playing. Quite a bit of suffering. Yes. Amelia's still here. Phone sitting on top of a fence post while you feed the sheep. Need 2 hands for this. So while you're there, let me just make sure it's clear that I feel so much of your 15-year-old sheep that I really do. For any of us that lose, because sheep don't have fur, but we like to say fur babies. Still one of your fur babies. Mabel's suffering as well. She's even stopped praying so much. Exactly, Mabel. We get to these points in our lives. Now, for me, physically, right now, I'm okay physically. Financially, iffy, but I'm having some faith here that it's getting better. Got these job offers coming in. Haven't been, it's not official. I don't even know if I want to take full time because I got the part-time things. And are things going to happen in that direction? Or is God giving me, is God giving me these job offers for full time that I'm supposed to say, okay, this plan, we have to I think Pam was talking about this. Sometimes you got to let go of what you thought was the plan and accept the new plan. Is that what's happening? I don't know. I've got these questions, but there's times in our lives where we are really suffering. And the only thing we can do is comfort each other and uplift each other and help each other if we can, encourage each other. Sometimes just having someone listen to you and just to know you're not alone. Sometimes that's what we need.
That's for sure. That's for sure. That's been great for me. You guys are listening to me. Yay.
Yeah. I mean, really, if you on here with me, I'd still do it. I could talk to a fence post, okay? But I really enjoyed
I'm like,
little, like Pam has to do it on her own, right? She doesn't have anybody up there with her to chat with, and it's harder. It's harder to kind of to finish a thought and look at the chat, especially in her case where she's got so many people. So, I mean, it's really actually right now, it's a beautiful time. Even though, I'm not monetized, I don't have enough followers and hours and all that to be monetized, or it's not about the money, it's about the community. Would it be nice if I was monetized and I had a little bit, coming in to help? Yeah, that would be awesome.
We need the Muse News to come watch you. All of the Muse News.
Oh yeah, if they'd all come over. Yeah. But people have different things. Some people that identify and watch Pam for one particular reason aren't gonna care about what I'm saying. Because we jump all over the place. And that's fun. It's fun that way. That's why we call it rambling. Because we can go, and you know what I loved? And I can't do it now because I've avoided having any open, right? Because I know that always slows it down just a little bit when I open the tab and I'm like Google searching. But when we were talking about the muscle cars and everyone's mentioning it, so then I go and I pull it up for everyone to see. So
yeah, that's fun.
It gives a different dimension to the chat. So instead of just typing and having to read and type and everything, we get some visual because they're mentioning one car or another car, and I'm pulling it up, talking about something. I throw what I'm talking about. The show was just that. Let's ramble and let's and I'm just Google searching all the Google images as we're talking. That would be fun, right?
Yeah. Because we're all like, I'm gonna look at mine.
That was fun.
We all can
talk about anything.
That's
and even if we're talking about different channels, I could put up that chat, put a tab over. We see that channel. Oh yeah, okay, Christina Randall. Okay, yeah, I remember her. I've seen her. I've never seen her again. Now I know what to look for because I see it. So Amelia says she can hear us both listening along. This chat is more interactive. Yes, and I think a lot of that is because Chalet is here with me, so we're both giving our comments about things that are. Oh well, another reason it's more interactive, I have to say, is just this point that I don't have as many followers. That's the blessing in disguise. Like, be careful what you wish for, right? So if I was to wish for like 100,000 subscribers, this chat's going to be going crazy, and we wouldn't be able. Like, okay, I'm behind a little bit. I'm going to go check the current comments so we know what they're saying about what, and then we're going to kind of go back, make sure we got everybody. You can't do that when you've got a whole bunch. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that. If there was growth, that I would hope to find, a team of moderators, right? That one of the people, their role, how like if show, but the plus sign there, okay, right? I can click and I can show it here. If I had a moderator that, because it's like going by so fast, and a lot of, the chit chat, oh, hi, and everybody's chit chatting and then having their side conversations.
Yeah.
Ignoring those and looking. And so they looking for the ones that need, and then they put that moderator's only job, not to police bad comments and kick people and time them out. No, that would be a different moderator. I'd have one moderator that would be looking for, that's of a like mind, the comments that I need to address.
Right.
And put them up for me.
Because it seems like with mods, when people get mods, they get jealous of each other. They time people out. They give someone a wrench and just watch them change. It's like, who are these people? I don't want a wrench. I don't want. It's like, who are these people? They get such power and they just start blocking people. Or your time now. It's like
T-Rev gave me a wrench. So I have a wrench in T-Rev.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. And I don't misuse it in any way. In fact, sometimes I'm not on. If I'm on, people like, I'll like, if I see someone that's kind of, or like there was one time, these two people, it was about Antifa, and someone was like a Trump supporter, evil Antifa, violent, blah, blah, whatever, right? They were like really anti-Antifa. And then there was somebody that was obviously more liberal in their thinking, a little bit pro. Maybe they're not a member of Antifa, but they believe that Antifa is an anti-fascist organization. Fascism is wrong. Anti-fascism is good. They're just protesters, not the violent side of things, right? They're not either that or they're part of it and they're brainwashed. But
right.
The thing is, everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome. Everybody, it's like, oh, only anti-Antifa people can be here, or only Antifa people can be here, right? No, everybody's welcome. And it's like, and T-Rev and the conversation, that's long gone. But in the chat, this was still, they were fighting with each other.
Oh,
and I'm like, guys, come on. And I turned one of them out, right? And then when they came back on, then it was, they were still at it. And I'm like, come on, agree to disagree here. Okay. T-Rev's moved on, I'm gonna have to block both of you.
Yeah.
Oh, they wouldn't let it go, Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so that was the one time I actually had to like work. But I think sometimes you have a little bit more voice in the chat when you do have that wrench.
Yeah.
Because the blue shows up, so the other people that are in the chat maybe kind of like pay attention to you a little bit more, of what you're saying a little bit more, and give you a little bit more street cred, because you got a wrench.
Yeah, you got a wrench. Or you might tie
But
me out.
yeah, you know, this whole but the power trip thing, yeah, that's sad when that happened.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
people or they get
oh
or they
yeah.
pretend to,
Mm.
I was just gonna say, or they pretend to
Go
be
ahead, Deborah.
friends, like, just to be your moderator, and then they get rid of everybody on your chat. It's like that happens to people all the time. Evil
I know.
people.
Pam, I think Pam had an issue with that because she didn't realize what moderator, you know. And who was it? The one guy
Yeah.
in Kylie's case, the guy with the kayak that found the laptop and everything.
The
I don't remember
Portland,
his
I
name
call
now.
them Portland. I call them Portlandia. Have you ever seen that show? It's a
I've heard of it. I
comedy
don't
about
seen it.
Portland. It's a comedy about Portland, and oh my gosh, the guy that guy reminds me of the guy that plays him. Just look up Portlandia sometime, and that's the guy. You'll be like, he's mimicking that man.
Yeah,
Freak.
but I remember him always. He was saying, because some people were saying you need to get some model because I need to really. If I let them be a moderator, they can do things, and I don't know that I want to give that power to somebody. You know, he was because then people started feeling that he's shady, right? I don't know. All right, I don't have an opinion on if
He
he
was
is or
just
isn't, but it
weird.
certainly
He just seemed a
he
little.
was starting to get attacked.
Yeah,
You
he
know,
was.
was
Just,
he
he just
was he
seemed a
down
little
there
odd.
planting stuff or whatever? You know, but then that kind of comes back to like you didn't want to let anyone be a moderator. Maybe it was more like, yeah, you didn't want anyone to have access.
That guy was weird. I will use my
Yeah.
discernment and say that guy was weird. Something was a
Yeah.
little off. That whole thing
Yeah.
is off.
Mabel says Portlandia is a funny show, and then she also mentioned that like there was the one day when she gave everybody a wrench, and it was a mess. And then she was gonna like nobody's gonna have a wrench.
I was like, no, don't do it. She didn't know. Yeah, I remember that day, and then I
Bless
remember
her
how
heart.
I remember being blocked for no reason.
No, yeah.
No, because the day before I got like, yes, it was not fun. I didn't do anything, and all of a sudden she looked at the screen and was like, "Oh no, you're blocked." And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Yesterday I was your hero." I was like, "Today I didn't do anything. I was agreeing with." And then it was like,
but she was.
it was pretty. It was not. It was not being me. It wasn't cool. It was like I didn't do anything. I finally found a place I could be myself, and then it was like, "Oh no, you're gone." It's like I didn't do it. It's like, what did I do? But then she found me and she came to me and cared, but it was not, it was really pretty hurtful, I will say. It was, I'm a sensitive person and I didn't do it. It was like, I didn't do anything. And it was like, oh no, we're getting rid of you.
I don't
like,
know.
no.
Yeah. If it was like my first time there and that happened, I would like, this lady's off a rocker. I'm out of here. I don't need this in my life. You block me for what? And it's like, okay, I'm not going to take it so personally necessarily, but it's like, it's an indication of like, no. Right.
Well, that's what I thought. At first, I was like,
yeah.
At first, I thought, well, maybe.
Then you kind of, she's having a meltdown.
Something happened. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden I was on the list of bad, and it was like, and then I was just so like, I was like, it's like, why am I feeling so bad? I mean, this is wrong. I mean, I don't even know you, and you're like, but it was like, but I do know you, and you don't like me now. Now I'm blocked.
Right.
Like, but then I was like feeling embarrassed, like.
Well, I'm glad you hung around.
Well,
I'm so glad you hung around and we got through.
Because she found me. That's why. I was blocked. But she found me because I had mentioned that I sang songs, so she found my page, and that's why I came back.
Ah, right.
Because
Ah,
I was
good.
like, oh
I'm
my
glad
gosh, I was demoralized. I was like,
I
what
bet
happened?
I would be too. I
I
absolutely
was
would
like,
be
oh
too.
no.
So now
Because
let me ask you, if I highlight the comment and now it's like up on the screen, are you able to see that
oh
comment?
yeah, I can see that now. Yeah, I can see that. I can see it. I can see it.
It's
Yeah, if
hard
you
to read
highlight it, I
there. Okay. So
can.
I keep forgetting we're in the middle and I'm reading all these comments and everything. Or sometimes there's a comment that I'm trying to
Really?
get to, but you're still finishing a thought. And I
I
figure
can't shut
I
up.
mean, the comment's not going anywhere, right? So I can wait because I'm not going to forget it because the comment's there, right? So I'd rather let you finish your thought and then jump to the comment. But what I can do is if I'm in a situation like that, and there's
Yeah,
a comment I'm
put
trying to
it
get
up.
to, I can put it up.
Yes, they do get on
You
power
know?
trips. I've seen it
Then you
happen a
go,
lot.
yeah, yeah,
It's like, so that day when she was giving everyone a wrench, she's like, no, don't give anyone one. I was thinking, don't give not anybody a wrench. I've seen what happens with people that get wrenched. And then it happened. It's like, no.
yeah.
It's like,
Okay, so
no,
here's
what
a
I
new one.
do?
And welcome back, Andy. Mabel says. And Mabel also says she listens to your channel almost every morning and that your singing gives her much joy. Yes, and me too.
Oh, thank
And
you.
sometimes I miss one or two. Yeah. But I like to
Well,
listen
thank
to them
you.
while I'm playing the jigsaw puzzles.
Good. Good. You
You
just
know.
keep doing that. That makes me
So
happy.
did you see Andy's comment?
Phone recharge.
Recharge.
Use guys. I'm sorry, it's really small. Use guys at it. We're still here. We're
Still.
still here. Use guys is still here. We still here.
Speaking New Jersey, you guys.
I'm from Jersey now.
My cousin
Use
Vinny.
guys.
You were. Oh my God. Okay. So just in case my boss is like
I know you're
working or
supposed to be.
something.
You were supposed to be at work at 12:30.
I know. 1:00. Okay. 1:00.
Okay.
Pam,
Okay.
your ears were burning. We were just chatting about mom
You're talking about
and
the rent.
and how there was that one time that there was the disaster where you just modded everybody and then I'm not going to mod anyone at all and all
And then I was
it was
blocked.
a process. It was
And then I looked at the screen and you were like, and you were
blocked.
blocked. And I was like, no. It was, but you found me. You rescued me. It was all,
Yeah, but
it's all fine. But we were talking about how people get power trips when they get wrenches, or they pretend to be your friend and then they block
right.
all your subscribers because they're jealous, mean. Some people are real.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Some people are just mean. Mean, I say. They're mean.
Yeah. Some people, they just have ill intent, They enjoy causing other people problems,
Yeah,
It's like,
and some
that's
people
bad
are,
stuff.
yes, they do. They
Mayhem.
love it.
Mayhem. Yeah.
Yes, they love
So Mabel
it.
said, give joyously, receive joyously. It's a God thing, is a quote that she saw online. Yeah, that's really nice. On a t-shirt or a coffee cup or something. Yeah. Give joyously, receive joyously. It's a God thing.
I like that.
Nice.
We like that.
The hillbilly chicken. The hillbilly kitchen. I love her. I haven't watched in a while. But
I watched it too. The one that's husband died like a year or so ago.
I remember when her husband. I was watching when her husband was still alive.
I watched
And then
that
her
lady.
husband-
I'm subscribed to her. I don't watch it that much, but I'm subscribed. I like her.
Exactly, same. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Nice.
We all watch. See, we're all kindred souls, spirits here.
Yeah. Oh, and Shalay,
Yes, darling.
Pam is sending you emojis with like hearts, lots of hearts. So she's sending you lots of love. Oh, wait, I can put it. I can show it to
yeah,
you.
yeah. Lots of love right back to you, honey bunny. I love you.
There you go.
I love you, and I love watching you.
Yeah, her husband. She took that death. So the death of the hillbilly hillbilly kitchen took that death so gracefully, and
I know.
You know,
I was
right about it.
I remember.
You know
I was like, oh my gosh. But yep, I like that lady. She's cool. She has some good Bible verses.
Good. I watch her for the recipes. You know, it's like, okay,
I watch it, but I'm like,
I gotta make biscuits. You know, I mean, what's wrong with my biscuits? You know.
Well, heck, I need to still make your biscuits. You only need 3 ingredients, right?
I know, but cream is so I can't afford the cream. Or did I make it with cream? Well, wasn't it with cream? Wasn't it the flour?
I don't know.
The
I can't remember.
And
All I wanted to do was eat it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to eat it. And the gravy, sausage, and
so my mom will be here in a couple of days.
That's right.
She's gonna she'll
She's gonna be here Tuesday then? For the next
I'm not saying the exact date. Because see, my son lives here.
Okay.
I'll tell you guys. My son doesn't know where I live because I had some issues in the past. And I've asked for prayers from my son and everything before, right? So I mean, you guys kind of know it.
I have a daughter that needs prayers.
Yeah, and so he's been going to this Christian recovery group, and they helped set him up with a place to stay and some work as a carpenter, and he was messing it up in the beginning, big time. And I won't go into how he was messing it up. And they drew the line and said, like, "You're out of here. They weren't going to take any of it." And I am not privy to whatever happened, but he still has a roof over his head. He's taking a shower. He's looking better. So something good happened, right? If he's not faking it, right? We don't know, but it looks like he's really making a change this time. Keep praying for him. But because of the past, and he thinks that I have like fear issues, that I need to get over my fear issues, but really there is a certain amount of safety that I need to consider without being afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm like being smart. It's like, sorry, dude, you can't know where I live because
you don't want to be an enabler.
It would be dangerous. It would be yeah, and it would be dangerous for me. Okay. And and he
we have so many
because
we are so similar. In a weird way.
Because in his mind, he is not a danger. So therefore I have an irrational fear.
Yeah, I know.
In his mind.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, so therefore my mom does not want to be in a situation that he could like follow us here and find out where I live.
Right.
So she doesn't want me
skinny. We're keeping it on the skinny.
Will only it's like an 11-12 hour flight. Or well, like let's say it's 14 hours to Cambodia, but maybe you go from from San Francisco to Hong Kong in 11 to 12 hours. That long haul section is 11 to 12 hours. And then from Hong Kong to Cambodia is like 2.5 to 3 hours. But she's using a different airport in the region, and it's nonstop, and it's like 20 hours or something. I'm like, or maybe it's 17 on that part. And that I'm like, how do they have enough fuel to do 17 hours?
But that's cool that she doesn't have to change planes.
Yeah. And then so it's like overall she will have been on one plane or oh no, wait. She has to change planes once, but the long haul part of it,
Right.
where like normally we would go to Hong Kong, but when she was booking the tickets, Hong Kong was a little bit unstable. Taiwan was unstable. Taiwan's still kind of unstable. You know, as far as like if China and the US ended up starting a war, right? I mean, there's nothing right at the moment that predicts that, but there are tensions over Taiwan, right? So she didn't want to fly through Taiwan, didn't want to fly through Hong Kong. But you got to go to one of the, you got to go to one other, you can go to Bangkok, you can go to Ho Chi Minh City, you can go to Singapore, you can go to Kuala Lumpur. That big haul, the long haul flight is going to go to one of those cities, and then a small jump to Phnom Penh. Or Seoul. You can go to Seoul. Anyway, so I was saying all that because, well, yeah, she's going to be here.
Mommy's coming. Mama's coming.
And let's see.
You better be on your best behavior.
Get everything clean. Yeah.
That's right. You gotta
support hose. Oh, yeah. Pam says that she's got all
support hose. Oh yeah.
This is the fourth time coming to visit. Yeah. So you're right. That is like such an important thing, is those support hose socks for your circulation. The other thing that she does, she won't come as often because she saves up for business class, so that she won't fly in economy for a long trip like that. Short trip in the US, from here to there, no problem. But for that kind of long haul, she'd rather save up and get the business class. Yep. Mabel says when her sister lived in the United Arab Emirates, that was the longest flight of her life. Yeah, that would be a long one for sure. Woo!
Yeah, that sounds no fun.
Mabel says you wear those socks, you clots. Yes. And Andy says, stay smart, stay safe. Had many situations while coaching football players' home lives often got iffy with many drop-off and pickups at Mickey D's neutral ground. Oh. You mean like with custody drop-offs at neutral ground? Yeah.
Oh yeah, been there, done that. Back in the day.
I could tell you stories.
I tried to block mine out.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I don't want to go back there.
So consuming for such a long time of my life that I finally healed past it. And it's just like, it's like a shadow.
It's a whole nother life. It's gone, and let's just keep it back there.
Yeah.
Never go back again to that life.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a totally different life. All
similar experiences in our lives as young
in winding
mommy.
up, because we got 10 minutes. I'll share with you something I don't usually share with most people because they wouldn't believe it, right? But it's definitely a miracle. that happened in my life. And so I was bipolar, manic depressive. That is something that is genetic. That is something that does not go away. It's something that you will then need to manage your entire life. And when I was part of like this praise group, like a music group, a live band music group, and we different churches, right? And my best friend at the time, we were both harmony singers, and we went to her. I think it was her brother's church. Her brother was the pastor of this church, or I don't know, something like this. It was in Utah. And it was a Christian church. We were a Christian praise and worship band. And so then we went and we performed and we sang. And then the preacher, who was, I think her brother, said, if anybody needs healing, come forward or something or whatever. If anybody needs healing. And my friend goes, hey, Mary, you're bipolar. Go get healing. And I was like, oh, like in this split second, it takes me a long time to speak it, but it was a split second. Oh, it's wonderful to see you too, Pam. I hope you're still here to story. So split second, I'm going, oh, that's so kind of you. But no. Manic depression and bipolar disorder is a genetic thing. You live with it your whole life. But thank you. I'm thinking this, right? I'm thinking this. And then I'm like, no, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Aren't there miracles where someone had a broken leg and then God healed it? Someone had a cancer and then God healed it from one test to the next test or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Their ear cut off.
Put back on. Yeah. I believe that happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. But I mean, even in not times, there's the X-ray or whatever for cancer, and there it is. They pray for healing, and then it's gone. They go back and it's gone, and they're like, well, doctors are like, how that? Those are cells. To know how God does it, but if we accept that healing on a cellular level, and cells have DNA. Every cell has DNA, right? And at that cellular level, God can change our body. Then I have to accept that it is possible for God to, that you can't say he can heal this, but he can't heal that. Either he has control over our physical realm or he doesn't. Here goes cat break. So in this split second, this is going through my head. And it was in my case, remember we were talking earlier that everyone has their own personal moments, their personal connection with God. And God was saying, so do you believe me or not? Kind of like that it wasn't just like, does anybody need healing? Does anybody here need healing tonight? Oh yeah, I need healing for this or for that or whatever. No, that wasn't even it. It was like this, the Holy Spirit, right? This to my core was, do you believe I can? And I was like, yes. I don't know if you will, but I know that you can.
Right.
Right. And I don't know if I went forward and had hands laid on me, or if it was just like agree with me in prayer from where you're sitting, kind of it's weird how you can remember so many like minute details, and then other things it's just like you have this impression but you don't have those details. And which is why sometimes in witnesses and cases they, well, how come you can remember this but you can't remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to throw the first stone on that one, right?
Yeah.
So you have to know, in fact, somewhere I have these, I was charting because I went, okay, I had psychiatric care, psychologist, I had all of it, right? No, I self-medicated, not using like drugs, but I tried to manage it by myself through my 20s. I think this was in my 30s that this happened. Okay, this is happening in my 30s. But in my 20s, it wasn't until like my late 20s maybe that I actually started getting like taking lithium and Zoloft and whatever, right?
Yeah.
That I started taking medication to manage it. And so because prior to taking the medication, I was like, I understand who I am. I know I'm going to have these highs and I'm going to have these lows, and I'm okay with that, because the highs push you to get things done and the lows are just something you got to like suffer through. Right.
Yeah.
But I had a regular, unlike my menstrual period, which was never regular, my bipolar manic depression, that you have manic depression interval, they were like clockwork. And I didn't realize that until I started charting. And when I charted, I didn't just chart, how do you feel today? I charted like, how much sleep did I get? Am I on my period or not? Am I, all these variables. I had like 20 variables that I checked the box or sometimes put a number like 1 to 5, put a number in the box for that variable. And I charted it. And by charting it, about the third year of charting, I realized that it was the exact same day that I would shift from manic to depression. So basically for me, because some people can have cycles in a day and some cycles in a month or in a year. Mine was like an annual cycle. So I would have manic, and then I would go from manic, I would like crash into depression, and then I would have interval until I went manic again. Right? Cycles. Yes. Mabel said she's blessed. She did a lot of praying for many years. And so here's what happened. I believed, okay, God, you can do this. I don't know if you will. If you need me to ask, if it's somehow dependent on me asking, okay, I give in to you. I ask, please. It would be great if you did this for me. But if you don't, that's okay. And I know that you can. And that was like the summary of that moment, right? So I had already charted and I knew exactly what day I would go into depression and what day I would go into mania. And luckily I found a doctor that was willing to treat me herbally, where we knew the prescription that I had for the lithium and the Zoloft and this and whatever, right? We knew that prescription. We knew that it worked. But he was willing to say, okay, let's keep that as the plan standby, but we will use St. John's wort for one of them, and evening primrose oil was for one of them, right? Yeah. And I don't need to take it until it's the time for the depression, right? And you take the other one when it's time for the mania, because my cycles were so regular. That was in my I'm 56 now. Let's say it's been about 20 years. I haven't cycled. I was ready. Like, okay, I'm not going to take any medication to see if the prayer, how do I know if the prayer worked? Because I
Right.
don't take the medication. And so I didn't take the medication, which was I mean, I was already on the herbal plan with,
Right.
with the standby for the others. And it's gone. He healed me.
Wow. That's
No,
awesome.
no one, I mean, mental health is such a sensitive issue and such an overlooked issue. So many people need help. I know what it's like to deal with it, to have a husband. Okay, yeah, there was abuse. There was no excuse for his abuse because I was manic depressed,
Right.
but it sure didn't make it easier on him. Okay, I'll give him that. But he has to own that abuse. But dealing with kids, having to grow up with a manic depression parent, I read books written by kids that grew up with a manic depressive parent. So I could have some insight as to like what my kids might be going through. And that was like before I got on medication. That was one of the things that helped me get on medication. It's like, oh, you know what? I can't do this on my own. I need to stabilize myself. I need to get professional help. A rapid cycle, yeah, the rapid cycler is the like in a day. You could go from manic to depression in the same day or in hours. That's a rapid cycler. It's an unusual thing being able to know. Yeah. And it's genetic. It's absolutely genetic. And I look back and I think maybe my grandmother was dealing with it because she had, she was always trying to understand me. And and she dealt with depression. I don't know that she knew it was manic depression, but she definitely dealt with some depression. There were also on my father's side, some of my aunts or uncles that had manic depression or other, that they had mental health issues. Some committed suicide, um,
Yeah, my grandpa had
so,
that, and he gave him they shocked him.
I remember when I was like
And
exploring all of these
it helped him.
things.
He never had it again. It shocked him.
Yeah. Well, I remember thinking,
He was a sweet guy after that.
We take an EKG for the heart. We take an EEG for the brain. There are electric waves in the brain. So it would make sense that electricity, if you've got something wrong in the brain,
Right.
then maybe a jolt or something would, like we jolt the heart to get it going again. Like maybe there's something with electricity for the brain, but yeah, electroshock therapy has. I mean, but I could see where the research would like want to go in that direction. Wondered about it myself, but then there's too many horror stories about that. It didn't work the way that they thought it would. Hey, Grace is back.
But you were
exactly,
healed.
and it's the type of thing that I can't share with men. I feel safe enough with you, even though it's
you
public.
should share
Who's
it,
going to watch?
Most people. At least you didn't say, gee, I wonder why I was healed. You know exactly why you were healed. Some people pray, and then when they get the answer, they're like, wow, I wonder why I was healed. Because you prayed. Because God healed you. That's why.
Yeah.
And they're still looking for a reason. Like, well, it's like, no, it was God. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it's 1:05. I got to get to bed.
Great. Grace's daughter does brain research. I know.
I'm in bed, but
4 hours. I got to work. I got to get on the clock.
I know. You got to.
I'm running out of disk space. Why is it reminding me about how am I using disk space?
I don't
Mabel
know.
has a theory. When you are mentally ill, it opens up more brain receptors and usually makes you smarter. Absolutely. Absolutely. They say genius and crazy, right? Are like two sides of the same coin or something. For me, like when my worldview was that like I see the world clearly, the world is not right, I don't want to be a part of this mess. I am not going. It's the free will thing, right? That we're learning more and more about. That like they give us all these in the movies and in the music. They're giving us the plan so that if we don't rise up against it, then we are by free will accepting it, right? It's kind of in that thing that like I don't want to participate in the. I see the world is messed up. I see control. I see the puppetry. I see all of
Yeah.
the machinations that are happening, and I don't want to participate. I'm not going to be a square peg in a round hole or whatever. And then you get called crazy.
They're the crazy
I
ones.
felt like that. I felt like that a lot. Yeah.
No,
And
you just
Andy
keep
has
sharing your
experiences with
spirit.
bipolar and depression. Wow, Mabel
You
has
just
a
keep
144 IQ. See, we all, you didn't tell us that before, but we all picked up on that fact that you were pretty smart, right, Shalane? Didn't
pretty
you say
smart
that?
cookie.
That
Pretty
Mabel
smart cookie.
was a smart. She said that before. We picked up on that. I was in school in 5th grade. They did testing for the MGM program, the mentally gifted minors, which was from Mensa. And I got accepted into that. So my 6th grade class was this whole Mensa program in 6th grade. I loved it. I thought it was great. But I don't know. Then we talk about MK and all these kind of things. It's like, were they trying to bring, it's like, no, they
Like my
never I don't remember going into any closet and being abused or anything.
No,
Nothing
it's
weird.
like my granddaughter's in the genius or whatever. She's in the genius, whatever, been tested. We're like, really? But basically what they do is they get to go out of class and just talk. They'll take them out because she's in a certain IQ or whatever. What they do is they get to go off and chat with each other. I don't know. So that's probably what you did. You went off in a group and and then they probably
we
experimented.
did a lot of group projects. It's fun. It's fun. It was great. Let's see.
Oh, you fancy one. Let's just say I was in no elitist group.
Yeah.
No, I was the one at school that when a new kid came to school, they would get me to show the kid around.
Ah, nice. I was like a drifter. This is the first time I've thought of that word for in this context, because the Breakfast Club classic, right? I never fit into one of those groups, but I wasn't like totally a loner. I was a drifter. Some days I'd have lunch with this group, and then the next day I'd have group. I was more of a loner.
Right, I could get along with all the groups too.
I was on my own. Do you remember seeing that picture on my community post of me in high school? I literally would walk to school like that, wearing the yellow overalls, and I had rainbow suspenders. I tied a balloon onto my belt loop and walked down to class with the balloon. Sometimes I went to Renaissance fair. I sewed my own Renaissance clothes. I would go to school wearing my Renaissance clothes.
No, well, Mabel and I didn't do that. We were wearing terry cloth.
Yeah. Amelia mentioned when we're talking about the genius and crazy, she said eccentric. Yeah, you could say I was a bit eccentric.
Mabel and I had on the Gloria Vanderbilt and the Calvin Klein and the terry cloth.
Oh, the pants. I thought you meant the real one. I thought we were going to go down a rabbit hole.
Don't you remember the Gloria Vanderbilt? I had those. Do you remember Gloria Vanderbilt?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stretch pants? They were $50 back then.
Yeah. I wore pants from the Gap. My mom wore the Gloria Vanderbilts, and I wore the Gap.
Okay.
Yeah. Mabel mentioned So much anxiety stops me blind in my track. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've dealt with that.
Me
And
too.
I had to
Me too.
fight. I'll be
Support
honest with you
yourself.
guys. I mean, there's no secret. It, you know, I had to go into a 72-hour hold once for suicide attempt. Right. I mean, because all of this is in a past life. This is totally a past life. It's not at all anything with my day to day. It's like a shadow. And I can talk about it the same way we talk about Napoleon or something, right? It's just some date history. And so in the 72-hour hold, they gave me some Xanax, and so then I learned about it, right? And plus, you make friends with the other people in the 72-hour hold. They're all at different
Yeah.
stages of it,
You learn all their tricks.
but you end up. And also, some of them you stay in touch with after. You're not supposed to like be able confidential information, but sometimes you do share with each other privately, your information, so you can stay in touch on the outside. And I went through outpatient. So after that, I went through outpatient and everything. But so I told my doctor, I'm having these panic attacks, and I mean, I can't function. But when I had the Xanax, it brought me down. But I think that I should get that, and I guess it's highly addictive, and I didn't know this. And because from I don't know, I start to think that addiction is more of a personality type. You get like you just need to be addicted to something, right? And so you know, I he agreed. He finally agreed. Okay, I'll give you 10. I will give you a prescription, because I told him, he goes like, if you take a Xanax, you can't figure out what's causing the panic attack. And I told him, if I'm in a panic attack, I can't figure out why I'm having the panic attack,
Yeah.
you know? And so he agreed to give me like 10 for a month. Right. And the end of the month, I still had some left over. I was not being addicted to it. So he would renew that monthly prescription. Now you don't need a prescription for Xanax.
You do here. You're frozen. Uh-oh, I think you're frozen. Oh, oh, now I'm all alone. Is this the shell show? This is not fair. Okay, well, I can't see you anymore, so I'm going to say goodbye. I'll see y'all later. I got to go to bed.
Ta-da! It's magic. Okay. But we've already decided we need to wrap it up. I see that there's still 5 eyeballs.
It's magic.
Oh, oops. Now I'm like Pam, you know.
But we've already decided
Okay, wait.
we need to wrap it up. I see that there's
Okay.
still.
There. Let me close that. So it's like the live was still going and I couldn't close it in YouTube or anything. So at least we know that we have this option now, that it does let me get back in to the same stream. Thank you everyone for your comments in there, especially the latest ones about mental illness and mental health, and family members and stuff. I did read them, but we need to end this because I do need to work. It's 1:20, and I will be honest with my thing, my time chart thing. So yes. All right. And next one will be next Tuesday. And I'm not going to do it Wednesday night for you guys. I'm going to do it Thursday night for those of you in the US. So I'm going to do it my Friday morning. So New Zealand, NZers and stuff, then keep in mind it will be Friday afternoon because you're ahead of me. So Friday afternoon for you guys and Thursday night for everyone. So that way, if you've got something on a Wednesday, maybe Thursday's a better night. So I think Friday will be a little bit better for me as well because I only do the CSR work on Mondays and Thursdays. So this way, we don't have to worry about that as well. If in case today it's 4 hours. So I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. Okay. So I will see you next time. You're on deck for the next one. So let's pray for the technology to be working for you and pray for your health and everyone else's health as well. Lord, we just ask blessings on everyone that's been here. In Jesus' name, amen. It can be that simple. Okay. Bye, everybody.